The Adeptus Astartes endure ailments and trauma beyond the scope of mortal men. Though physically mighty as the transhuman vanguard of humanity, their constant battles rob them not only of flesh and limbs, but also sanity and honor. For today, we shall elucidate the merciless warriors of the Ninth, whose curse of inner rage and bloodlust endangers even those they sacrifice so much to defend. The sons of the Great Angel, the Blood Angels.
It is not the descent toward the shadow, nor the rise toward the light that makes us superior. It is the endless struggle between the two that greatness of character lies. We are tested, and we do not break. We will never fall.
The loyalist Primarchs of his Imperium are beloved by all, paragons of the potential of humanity. Each Primarch embodies a fragment of the Emperor's might. Though of all the Primarchs a select few are regarded even by their brothers with respect or even adoration, yet there is one Primarch whom was beloved by all his brothers, with only a trifle of exceptions. The noble son of the Emperor who most embodied not only his power, but his very being. Sanguinius, Primarch of the 9th Legion of the Adeptus Astartes. During the scattering of the Primarchs, Sanguinius would land on the radiation-soaked moon of Baal Secundus. Discovered by the tribal people inhabiting the moon's surface, they would adopt the infant Primarch into the people of the pure blood. Within 3 weeks of his arrival, he had grown to the size of a large child, capable of walking and learning speech. By the year's end, he towered over the people of the blood. Uniquely amongst the Primarchs, Sanguinius bore 2 angelic wings that sprouted from his back, the origin of which is uncertain. Some claim them to be a gift bestowed by the Emperor, whilst the more cynical people of his Imperium would claim them to be the result of a mutation born from the radiation endured by his time on Baal Secundus. Though of all his abilities, it would become apparent that the Primarch had the gift to divine the future. Using his visions, immense psychic power, and martial prowess, Sanguinius would lead the people of the blood to defeat vast hordes of mutants which threatened their lives. With their defeat, the people of the blood would worship Sanguinius as a god, which would endure until the arrival of the Emperor. Disguising himself, the Emperor would witness Sanguinius give an impassioned speech to his people. Yet with Sanguinius' ability to divine the future, he would instantly recognize the Emperor. The Great Angel would fall to his knees and pledge his allegiance to his father. Inducting the greatest warriors of the people of the blood, the Emperor would integrate them into the pre-existing 9th Legion of Adeptus Astartes, soon to be monikered the Blood Angels. Sanguinius would become highly regarded by all the legions of the Adeptus Astartes, even gaining the greatest respect from his brother Primarch, Horus, whom would confide in the Angel for advice. More than any Primarchs, Sanguinius and Horus would form a bond of trust and adoration. The Great Angel would even convince Horus to change the name of his legion from Lunar Wolves to the Sons of Horus after being given his new title of War Master. With Horus even concealing his knowledge of the flaw within the Blood Angel's gene seed from the Emperor, making these events all the more tragic considering the way in which the future would unfold. Horus would fall to the forces of chaos and begin his campaign with the keen awareness that Sanguinius was arguably his most deadly foe. Before his treachery had been revealed to the Imperium, Horus would command Sanguinius to fight the Xenos Nephilim species on the planet of Cygnus Prime. The Blood Angels would be ambushed by hordes of demons within the Cygnus system and become stranded. During a fierce battle against the greater demon of Khorne, Ka'Bandha, both of Sanguinius' legs would be broken. The Great Angel would be comatose due to a psychic backlash caused by the activation of the Rage Fire, a device constructed by Fabius Bile of the Emperor's Children and employed by Erebus of the Word Bearers. The device would cause the gene seed curse of the Blood Angels, the Black Rage, to erupt. With their Primarch unconscious, the Blood Angels would tear each other limb from limb. With the intervention of the 9th Legion's librarians, Sanguinius would be restored. Battling the greater demon in a second duel, Sanguinius would slay Ka'Bandha and banish it into the warp. With the demon's leader banished, Sanguinius led his forces into the Chaos Fortress on Cygnus, known as the Cathedral of the Mark. Therein, Kyrus the Perverse, Keeper of Secrets and Demon of Slaanesh, would offer to cure the Blood Angels of their curse, should Sanguinius sacrifice himself unto the Ragefire. Sanguinius decided to accept the bargain, but before his pact would become binding, Blood Angel Apothecary Meros would sacrifice himself before his Primarch could act, transforming him into the Red Angel. Enraged, Sanguinius would slay Kyrus and swear vengeance upon Horus for the loss of his noble son. Reeling from the catastrophic events of Cygnus, Sanguinius would set course for Terra. His journey altered by a ruin storm orchestrated by Erebus would make communication and travel throughout the Imperium near impossible. His legion would arrive on the Ultramarines' homeworld of Macragge and meet with Primarch Roboute Guilliman. Fearing Holy Terra to be lost, reluctantly Sanguinius would accept the title of the new Emperor Regent of the newly founded Imperium Secundus, with the support of Lionel Johnson and Guilliman. Plagued by prophetic visions of his death at the hands of Horus, the Great Angel would be confronted by the stowaway Primarch Konrad Curze. Confirming his own visions of the Angel's death, Curze would inquire as to why Sanguinius still remained loyal to the Emperor, with the knowledge that it would lead to his demise. Sanguinius urged his brother that it was not too late for him to return to the Emperor's grace. Curze would state that chaos was all there would be, not just for himself, but every man, woman and child in the coming future. Setting off an explosive to mask his escape, he would eventually be recaptured by the Lion. Sanguinius would preside over Curze's trial and would eventually determine to end his life. The Lion would demand to instead become his jailer. Curze believed his death would come at the hands of an assassin sent by the Emperor, which the Lion deduced meant that their father still lived. The Primarchs would pool their resources and attempt to breach the ruin storm. Sanguinius would suffer the beginning stages of the Black Rage, fueled by the visions of his own death. A preternatural vision would lead Sanguinius to travel to the planet of Davin, the world in which Horus began his path of corruption to the forces of chaos. The Primarchs would find evidence of a mass drop pod assault on the planet's surface. Sanguinius, Guilliman, the Lion and their prisoner Konrad Curze would discover a ruin, the Temple of the Serpent's Lodge. Inside, they would find the altar wherein the fell ritual had been conducted by Erebus on the War Master. Their presence would trigger warp storms to bellow forth and create a portal, dragging Sanguinius away from the temple. He would see himself on the surface of Terra in a vast beautiful garden within the Imperial Palace. With his brother Lorgar's corpse at his feet, he would observe the remaining traitor Primarchs bound in chains. His father the Emperor congratulating him on his victory and bestowing the title of the Emperor's Regent to his son. He would lead a campaign to purge the galaxy of the remaining traitors to his Imperium, and eventually become the ruler of the galaxy. Sanguinius would see through the deception of the vision and cut through the visage of the Emperor, revealing it to be the demon known as Medael. Sanguinius and Medael would duel, Medael unleashing lesser demon hordes through the portal, preventing the Lion and Guilliman from breaking through to aid their brother. Overpowering the Angel, Medael would bargain with Sanguinius. Deeming Horus to be an unworthy vessel of chaos, he would offer to aid Sanguinius in killing his brother and taking the mantle of War Master for himself. Added to the bargain, Medael would cure the Blood Angels of their curse. Refusing, the Great Angel would impale the greater demon with his weapons, the Blade in Carmine and Spear of Telesto. With the demon's banishment, the temple collapsed, and Davin would crumble. In its place, a breach in the warp storm would appear, leading directly to Holy Terra. The Alpha Legion would blockade the breach, with Guilliman and the Lion distracting the 20th Legion, allowing the Great Angel to pass through. Taking Curze as his prisoner, Sanguinius ventured through the breach. Once through, Sanguinius revealed that he would release Konrad Curze, sealing him within a stasis coffin and jettisoning the Primarch into space. Knowing it might be millennia until his brother would be found, Sanguinius would tell him that fate would catch up with him eventually, perhaps the Night Haunter's vision of the death at the hands of the assassin may well come true. Arriving on Terra, Sanguinius would meet with Rogel Dawn, Jaghatai Khan, and Malcator the Sigillite. The assembled defenders of Holy Terra would strategize on how to combat the oncoming forces of Chaos. The Great Angel's arrival would also be used as a symbol for the Imperium to rally behind, his deific visage boosting the morale of the soon-to-be tested defenders of the throne. His visions would show him the events of the battles from the perspective of his traitorous brother Primarchs. As the months of war waged on, Sanguinius believed that the defences would soon falter and that he must confront his destiny in battling Horus directly. Leading the final defense of the Imperial Palace, Sanguinius would battle the reborn Greater Demon of Kabanda, banishing it once more. Injured from this battle and weary from his vigil, Sanguinius would then board the vengeful spirit at the side of his father and Rogel Dawn. Separated from the Emperor, Sanguinius would face Horus Lupercal alone. Attempting to redeem his brother, the Angel would remind Horus of their past friendship, but Horus would refuse to listen. The two would battle, with Sanguinius landing only a glancing strike on Horus, creating a dent within his mass of ceramite armor. This battle would enmesh itself within the Imperium's history as its darkest hour. The War Master would wound Sanguinius with the blades of the Talon of Horus, and end his life with a psychic barrage, ensuring the Angel's death would be the most painful and malicious ending that his benefactors of chaos could administer. With the intervention of the Emperor, Horus and his rebellion would be destroyed. The Great Angel's body would be taken back to Holy Terra by Rogel Dawn, and with the heresy over, Sanguinius would be laid to rest within a resplendent golden sarcophagus, later interred on his homeworld of Baal. And so it was that they fought, the Angel and the Beast. Titanic must have been that struggle between those two gods amongst men. Long must they have rained blows upon one another until it seemed that the life of the universe itself hung in the balance. Yet, Sanguinius was bested. Even as the blade of death waited to strike him, Sanguinius would not turn from the path of light. Thus, it was that Sanguinius passed from this world. He who was everything a man should be was taken from us by the darkness. 1,000 times 1,000 years of lamenting will never atone for our loss. When the armor of your faith is buckled and torn, see in your mind that magnificent hero. Think upon his deeds and be humble, for his like will never walk the galaxy again.
Raldoron served as the first captain of the Blood Angels during the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy. A dour presence, bereft of conviviality, the first captain of the Blood Angels would excel at reading the emotional and cognitive intent of his battle brothers. Commanding with a fluid and robust command style, Raldoron would also earn a reputation as one of the greatest warriors the Imperium had ever seen. Compared in martial prowess to Astartes such as Abaddon of the Lunar Wolves, Sigismund of the Imperial Fists, and Jago Sevatarian of the Night Lords. Raldoron would wage war over many joint campaigns, including the war against the Nephilim on Melchior alongside the Lunar Wolves. Accompanying his gene father Sanguinius to the Edict of Nicaea, Raldoron would be further honored with the title of Equerry to his Primarch, an honor that would be tested during the dark days of the Horus Heresy. Aiding in the defense of the Siege of Terra, Raldoron would be stationed at the Helios Gate of the Imperial Palace. Fighting alongside Maximus Fane of the Imperial Fists, he would duel Gendor Skyvok of the Night Lords, injuring the Night Lord seemingly unto death and defending the honor of his legion, and further cementing his view of the Night Lords being a legion comprised entirely of evil souls. As the Siege of Terra waged and waned, Raldoron would be redeployed to aid Jaghatai Khan, Custodi Constantin Valdor, and Marshal Aldana Agathe to face the traitor Death Guard Legion and their demon hordes. Surviving the engagement, Raldoron would inherit the tragic task of leading the Blood Angels Legion after the death of his father, Sanguinius,
at the hands of Horus Lupercal. Raldoron would carry his father's remains to their sacred homeworld of Baal, interring the great angel into his final resting place. With the beginning of the scouring of traitors across the galaxy, Raldoron would serve the now Codex-compliant chapter as its first chapter master. His blade sundering the enemies of his Imperium, his legend would live on, despite his fate being lost to history.
Ascalon, first commander of the Sanguinary Guard, was a venerated Praetorian of the Blood Angels during the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy. An incredibly proficient swordsman, Ascalon would clash blades with many legendary foes, including renowned swordmaster Lucius of the Emperor's Children. Ascalon bore great respect and veneration for his Primarch Sanguinius and accompanied the Great Angel in every theatre of war, though during the assault of Horus Lupercal's flagship during the Siege of Terra, Sanguinius would order Ascalon to stay behind to guard the Imperial Palace. Sanguinius's precognitive powers able to perceive his imminent death, leaving Ascalon behind would allow the Primarch's Herald to reorganize the remnants of the Blood Angels during the difficult steps that would follow in the wake of his demise. Ascalon would oversee the division of the Blood Angels Legion into its second founding successor chapters, the Flesh Terrors, Angels Vermilion, Angels in Carmine, and Angels Sanguine. Also preserving the honor guard of the Sanguinary Guard, Ascalon alongside his brother Raldoron would shepherd the Blood Angels into the fraught millennia to follow. It is unclear when Ascalon perished after the Horus Heresy, but following his death his body would not decay, many of the Blood Angels chapter believing this miracle to be a result of the Emperor's grace. Ascalon's influence would survive into the Imperium's future, with even the members of the Sanguinary Guard believing his soul to be reborn into the divine being known as the Sanguinor, the noble spirit of Sanguinius's will.
Men crave food. They crave flesh. They crave power. We are not men, the Emperor's angels. His space marines crave honor. They crave retribution. They crave justice. We are not angels. We are the blood sons of Sanguinius. We crave only violence, bloodshed. There is no void in the deep of our souls. Only the hunger, the insatiable call to slaughter.
The Adeptus Astartes are comprised of many disparate souls of warriors, honor being a core tenet to many of the Space Marine chapters and warbands, regardless of the color of their pauldrons or list of battle glories. Yet honor is a malleable trait, with many disciples of the ruinous powers corrupting the quality beyond recognition or sane justification. Yet even the loyalist Space Marines are not beyond reproach in their methods of achieving victory against the forces of chaos, with few individuals more controversial in this regard than Nasir Amit, the Flesh Terror. Little of Amit's life is known prior to his service as an Astartes of the 9th Legion, with no confirmed accounts of his birthworld or heritage. Yet alike to the captain of the Blood Angels' 5th Company, many of his deeds would remain unrecorded and bereft of pageantry. Serving with grim distinction during the Great Crusade, the 5th Company would be regarded by their brethren as bloodthirsty and zealous killers, earning Amit as the line commander of the company the nickname of the Flesh Terror, a title which Amit would relish as a badge of honor. His artificer armor pocked and scarred by countless battles waged in the thickest of fighting, the 5th Company would wage war with blunt efficiency and savagery, earning them continual censure from their Primarch Sanguinius for abstaining from the virtues otherwise widespread within the Legion, such as compassion and mercy, censures which would go largely ignored by Amit, as he strode into ceremonial and formal occasions in his ravaged armor plating plastered in gore. Yet despite his renown as a butcher of the enemies of the Great Angel, Sanguinius would rely on Nasir's perspective on the way the Legion would conduct warfare. In contrast to his stoic brothers of First Captain Raldoron and commander of the Sanguinary Guard, Ascalon, Amit would embody their Legion's repressed rage inherently woven into their gene encoding. An embodiment of the Legion's barely contained bloodlust, the 5th Company would be instrumental in specific campaigns of the Great Crusade. including their assault on the Xenos Nephilim species on the planet of Melchior, alongside their cousin Astartes' legion, the Lunar Wolves. Their involvement bolstering rumors amongst the Astartes legions of their savagery. So volatile was Amit's potential to create outbursts against even Primarchs of the Imperium, he would be commanded by Sanguinius to stand sentinel within the Great Angel's personal quarters during the deliberations of the Council of Nicaea. The resultant decree to ban the use of the Librarius and their psychic powers, a decision Amit, alike to his Primarch, staunchly opposed. His posting to guard the Angel's chambers mitigating the chance of him arguing against the Emperor's decision, though Amit would nonetheless vent his frustrations with First Captain Rauderon, openly criticizing the Emperor of Mankind and his decision to safeguard the Imperium. Sanguinius empathizing with Amit's concerns, but reminding him that the Emperor's word was absolute and beyond critique or contestation. Amit's frustrations only beginning in the years leading up to the betrayal of the Horus Heresy, where his character would continually be tested. It was no secret amongst the legions of the Adeptus Astartes that the War Master, Horus Lupercal, shared the greatest camaraderie and affection for Sanguinius amongst all of his brothers. Their bond so strong that many assumed it impossible that such beings as the Primarchs, two most revered and beloved sons of the Emperor, would oppose one another in war, with even the War Master attempting to recruit his most cherished brother to join his side in defying the Emperor of Mankind and destroying his Imperium. Knowing in his heart that Sanguinius would never willingly defy the Emperor, Horus would plan to convert the Blood Angels by manipulating their gene flaw that he had first witnessed on the planet of Melchior. Witnessing the Great Angel killing one of his own Blood Angels Astartes, Sanguinius had entrusted Horus with the knowledge that his legion bore a dormant curse of madness, mutation, and bloodlust, the Red First. In an attempt to abuse this flaw, Horus would command the Ninth Legion to venture to the Cygnus cluster on the distant eastern fringe of the galaxy, ordered to cleanse the 7 worlds and 15 moons of the system of Xenos. The Blood Angels would blindly be ensnared by a trap laid by the War Master. Facing the forces of chaos for the first time, the Blood Angels would be tested. With Amit suspecting treachery, he would discover his librarian brethren of the Legion, under the command of Makani Kano, were attempting to reform their order to combat the forces of chaos. Against the direct orders of the Emperor, Amit would assist the librarians in secret. Beset by demonic vessels in orbit of Cygnus Prime, the Blood Angels' flagship, the Red Tier, would be assaulted by warp-spawn creatures in their hundreds. With the bridge crew of the flagship corrupted by chaos, the Red Tier would crash upon the surface of Cygnus Prime. Assembling a council of his most trusted commanders, Sanguinius would beseech his sons of their next course of action. Declaring his accounts with unabashed bluntness, Nasir Amit would reason that they had been betrayed by the War Master and assailed by unnatural forces spun by his will. Assaulted by his enraged Primarch for voicing such bitter truths, Amit would not recant his words, for he knew the truth would need to be heard. With the support of Helic Redknife, leader of the small cadre of space wolves that had accompanied the Blood Angels to the Cygnus cluster, the Great Angel would see sense. Combating the demon forces, Sanguinius would confront their general, Bloodthirster Kabanda, and in the ensuing battle, watch the lives of 500 of the 9th Legion Astartes be ended by the demon. Unleashing a warp-charged force of endless violence, Amit and his men would be consumed by the Red First, slaughtering Helic Redknife and his space wolves in their berserker rage. With the battle concluded, Amit would submit himself to First Captain Rauderon to be punished for his crimes. Ascalon would hide Amit's actions from their Primarch, much to Nasir's anger. Burdening the shame of his slaughter for the remainder of his life, Nasir Amit would fight the traitor forces for the rest of the Horus Heresy. Each kill achieved penance for his betrayal of the Wolves of Fenris. Yet with the end of the war at the bridge of the War Master's flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, the Blood Angels would lose their cherished Primarch, Sanguinius. His death at the hands of the War Master, forever damning the 9th Legion to the machinations of their accursed Black Rage. Yet for Nasir Amit, his woes would not be over. With the dawning of the Imperium's victory against the traitors to the throne, the Adeptus Astartes would be broken down into new founding chapters by the Primarch of the Ultramarines, Rabute Guilliman, fracturing the legions into orders of 1,000 members per each of their new chapters. The glory of the Angels' Legion would be repurposed by one not of the blood. Resentment would brew within the remnants of the 9th Legion, not least within Nasir. As he would state, their proud heraldry would be replaced, their battle honours swept from history. Nasir Amit would be appointed the chapter master of the second founding chapter, the Flesh Tearers, his infamous title now given as a badge of office to lead the most ruthless and barbaric sons of Baal. Bereft of their gene father, and now the kinship of their legion, the Blood Angels would be dealt a cruel hand in the wake of the scouring of the traitor armies. Shaken and embittered, Amit would stand alone with his conviction that the glory of the angel had been sundered, and lead his new chapter in a blood-drenched crusade to destroy the last vestiges of the traitors to the throne. Their mobile fortress monastery of Victus forging their path for the next 3 millennia, the Flesh Tearers gaining a reputation as the single most savage chapter amongst the Imperium, their influence verging on the heretical. Establishing their homeworld on the death world of Cretacia during the 34th millennium, the chapter would recruit amongst the feral human inhabitants of the world, further worsening the effects of their gene flaws. Yet for Nasir Amit, he would not live to see the continual spiral of his chapter into madness and brutality. Leaving his new homeworld of Cretacia, Amit would vanish into the edge of the system. Though no record exists of the specifics of his death, his panoply of war Terminator armor would be secured by the chapter, though some within the Imperium speculate Nasir to have not been bested in combat, but to have been consumed to further depths of bloodlust and depravity, transforming further into a monolith of slaughter and rage, with even the current chapter master of the Flesh Tearers, Gabriel Seth, bearing witness to terrible visions of his predecessor within the recovered cogitators of Amit's long-lost armored helmet. What Seth saw before being knocked out unconscious was this: blood. A sky that tore itself apart, crimson clouds that bled until continents were washed away, gore-soaked rocks that gave way to deserts of skulls, burning tornadoes, rage made manifest, scouring the lands. Yet these images weren't the ones that silenced him from revealing what he saw of his brothers. Seth had seen Amit's face. He heard his voice, and it was the roar of a violent god. Gabriel Seth would only describe what he saw as the end. He saw the end.
Darker Berus served as High Warden of the Blood Angels Legion during the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy. Appointed as a member of the Reclusiam of the 9th Legion following the Council of Nicaea, the Conclave deeming librarians too dangerous to be left unchecked required close scrutiny by a new order of Astartes. Adhering to the decree absolute, each legion of the Astartes eschewed the manipulations of the Immaterium as its librarians removed their psychic hoods and returned to battle as line soldiers. Replicating the acolytes of the Wordbearers legionaries assigned to reintegrate the librarians into the rank and file, each legion founded their own chaplain corps, led in turn by a high chaplain. Yet among all the legions, the Blood Angels alone refused the service of the Wordbearers chaplains, for within their organization, clandestine black-armored wardens had already existed, who watched for signs of their gene curse. Once primarily serving as lawkeepers, counselors, and mentors to their junior peers, the veteran wardens of the Blood Angels now assumed the duty of watching for breaches of the Emperor's decree. Monitoring his brethren for signs of corruption, Darker Berus stood by the side of his Primarch Sanguinius as a personal advisor and strengthened the devotion of his brethren during their times of emotional turmoil. Present during the campaign of Cygnus, Berus believed the occurrences of demonic ambushes to be nothing more than psychological manipulations caused by chemicals or mind control methodology. Surviving the subsequent battle of Cygnus Prime as the Legion gave in to their inner bloodlust, Berus tended to the burial of the slain wolf captain of the Vilka Fenrika, Helic Redknife, following his death by the hands of the Company of the Flesh Terror, Nasir Amit. His fate unknown, all that can be hoped is that following his Primarch's demise, perhaps the High Warden found new purpose in reviving the broken spirit of the Blood Angels during their darkest hour. Iason Annulus served as a warden of the Blood Angels Legion during the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy. Serving under the leadership of High Warden Darker Berus, his duty to observe his brethren for signs of their gene curse would be compounded with the Emperor's decree to forbid all use of psychers within the Legiones Astartes. Responsible for the well-being of thousands of his battle brothers, his insights given to his serving captain on the arts of war, compiling of records of his kinsmen's deeds, and ceremonial burial rites made to honor the fallen, upheld his pedigree within his legion beyond question. Watchful of signs of corruption as he enforced the will of the Master of Mankind's decree absolute, during the Battle of Cygnus Prime, Annulus faced the greatest test of his role as a warden of the Ninth. Facing the demonic entities which spilled from the Temple of the Mark. As a member of 1st Captain Rauderon's strike team, Iason aided the assault of the epicenter of the Chaos Spawn within a Mastodon armored transport. Thrown from the Mastodon when in combat with a winged abomination, though Annulus would be surrounded by hordes of Chaos filth, he did not die quietly. Demanding the strike force leave him to his fate, Warden Annulus sacrificed his own life to ensure the Blood Angels Legion won victory upon the soil of Cygnus Prime. His final act, purging demons of the warp with bludgeoning strikes of his Crozius, honored by his legion as a truly noble end for a chaplain of the blood.
I have failed my legion, my kinsman, my Primarch.
He closed his eyes to the shame of it.
You have not.
Kano jerked, eyes snapping open as if bolting awake from the deepest sleep. Despite the chill and the fetor of the air, despite the bleak radiance of the Cygnus Eye stars bleeding through the sickly sky, there was bright amber and shining white before him. A towering figure, a mythic form carved by light and forged from gold and crimson. Sanguinius stood over him, the angel's expression that of a father, filled with all the conflicting emotions his soul could contain. Pride and sorrow, dread and elation, these and 100 more.
My lord,
Kano whispered, afraid to believe it. He reached out to touch the Primarch's arm. This was no vision. His fingers met sun-warmed ceramite. For a moment, the greatest sadness weighed the angel's patrician face. You gave much to bring me back, my son. You paid a high cost.
We did what we thought was right.
He raised a hand to silence him. We'll speak of that, but not now. He frowned. Where are your brothers, Kano? The legionary raised a weary hand and pointed towards the Cathedral of the Mark. Sanguinius nodded gravely, his amber eyes surveying the wreckage around them with dismay. Look at what has been wrought here, set in motion by lies. He stumbled back on his injured legs, his powerful wings unfurling to their fullest extent. I swear to you, it will go no further. Kano's liege lord spared him a look, briefly placing a hand on his shoulder. Your battle today has been fought and won. Now I will end this. The Legiones Astartes would earn many glories during the years of the expansion of the Great Crusade. Many would be honored with ranks befitting their martial skill and advisory council, and be remembered as legends among the histories of their chapters. Yet the greatest deeds are not always made by the most vaunted and storied of Astartes, for there exist some whose valor eclipses even the most venerated members of their ranks. For today, we shall elucidate the tale of the Blood Angel whose sacrifice would enable the survival of his legion, chapter, and Primarch. The junior apothecary of the 9th Company of the Blood Angels, Meros. The origins of Meros are not known prior to his first notable deeds beginning during the end of the Great Crusade, for he would live in the mundanity of Alina Astartes. Under the command of Captain Furio, Meros would earn the respect of his battle brothers during the campaign of Melchior against the Nephilim Xenos. Serving as an apothecary of the Blood Angels during the Great Crusade, as a junior squad medicae of the 9th Company, Meros would carry himself with quiet yet dutiful bearing. Summoned by Chapter Master Raldoron during the conclusion of the conflict, Meros would tend to the retrieval of the progenoid of his fallen battle brother, Alatros, within a Nephilim temple of worship. Unknown to Meros, Brother Alatros had succumbed to the thrall of the Red First during battle. Taking the gene seed from Meros, Raldoron would command Meros to never speak of their dealings within the temple. Perplexed at the strange orders ordained by the first captain, Meros would acquiesce and observe the first captain marking the armor of Alatros with a black inkstone. The import of this day would not be felt for several years, and with the Dark Eldar raid of the world of Nartaba Octus, such questions would be postponed. Evacuating the human populace, the 9th Legion would attempt to salvage the world's peoples before enacting exterminatus upon the planet. Whilst attending to an injured civilian, Meros would be attacked by a Drukhari raider and be shot in the back by the Dark Eldar splinter gun. Inflicted with a venom deadly even to the constitution of an Astartes, Meros would fall into a deep recovery sleep in order to endure the toxin. Placed within a golden sarcophagi by Sergeant Cassiel and his battle brother Saga, Meros would slumber and be submerged into a psychic fever dream. Communing with an Astartes of the blood, 10,000 years into the far future of the 41st millennium, Meros and Rafen would share a mysterious bond formed from their shared incarceration within the same golden tomb. Together encountering visions of the being known as the Sanguinor, Meros would believe this luminous being to be his own Primarch, Sanguinius. Rafen would inform Meros that the Great Angel had been slain during the 31st millennium, and in the wake of his death, the Blood Angels Legion would be split into chapters. Refusing to believe such tales of his legion's downfall, Meros would attack Rafen within the Immaterium, and during their bout, be set upon by malevolent, phantasmic beings. Fighting side by side, Meros and Rafen would defeat their phantom foes, and with their survival achieved, Rafen would begin to awaken from his induced coma. Before being torn from his forebear's presence, Rafen would utter a single word as a warning: Horus. The Sanguinor would look unto Rafen and gesture silence by placing his golden gauntlet over the death mask of the Great Angel. Awakening from his slumber, Meros would see Azkaellon, commander of the Sanguinary Guard, watching over him. Meros's wounds had been healed, yet the strange meeting with the fated angels had left him with many unanswered questions. Informed by Azkaellon that the entirety of the Blood Angels Legion had been commanded by the War Master to traverse to the Cygnus cluster of space, the warning of Horus's betrayal would not be impressed upon Meros, for Horus Lupercal's betrayal would be imminent. Assigned to the Blood Angels' flagship, the Red Tear, Meros would join the full might of the 9th Legion in their investigation of the Cygnus system. Shortly after their arrival, the Blood Angels would discover dozens of wreckages of Voidcraft within the gravitic shadow of the planet Thoros. The husks of former civilian haulers and planetary defense craft would be an ill omen to behold, for they were not capable of leaving the Cygnus cluster. These vessels had left their homeworlds in a desperate bid to escape some unknown terror. Accompanying armed Astartes to meet with the scouting vessel, Numitor, Meros would join with every apothecary of the 9th Legion to observe an anomaly within 4 sarcophagi containing the slain of the dead ships. Examining one such coffin, Meros would take a sample of blood from within and discover that the ichor of the dead had somehow been transformed from crimson red to an oily purple. The bodies had seemingly decayed from within, and most gruesomely, the bones within their bodies were missing. The husks of meat within the sarcophagi showed no sign of the removal of their skeletons, and by the command of First Captain Rauderon, the findings of the apothecaries would be shared with none within the fleet. Seeking answers, the Blood Angels would dispatch a task force to the world of Cygnus 6. Upon the hive city of Holst, the 9th Legion would join with a detachment of 3 Astartes of the 17th Legion, the Word Bearers. Within their transport ship, Meros would brace himself as his Stormbird's pilot surrendered to living nightmares and plummeted the ship for a crash landing. Surviving the crash, the Astartes of the task force would find their communications disabled, yet pursue their objective. Within Holst Prime, the Astartes would hear distant gunfire and locate its origins. Brother Zagan of the Blood would mysteriously disappear, with only his recently fired bolter remaining as evidence of his presence. The Word Bearers would be separated from the Blood Angels moments prior to being assailed by a horde of enemy contacts. Hurrying to the Word Bearer's position, the task force would discover the dead body of a bearer of the Word. Oily fluid seeped from his wounds, the 2 remaining Word Bearers preventing Meros from investigating the body. Set upon by inhabitants of the hive, the task force would attempt to flee. Maggot-like creatures of unknown creation would besiege the task force, yet with the intervention of the reinforcements of the 5th Company, led by Nasir Amit, the Flesh Terror, the accursed creatures would be repelled. The Great Angel would conclude that the planet was beyond all hope of salvation and begin preparations to enact Exterminatus. As the task force retreated to the Red Tier, the Blood Angels' fleet would bombard the planet. The world screamed as it was consumed by the Emperor's cleansing fire, and as silence fell upon its ashen carcass, the Blood Angels would continue their investigation of the Cygnus cluster. Alongside the 24th Company, Meros would travel to the agri-world of Cygnus 6. Survivors of the planet had fled aboard the ship Stark Dagger, and the survivors had failed in their attempt to escape the planet. Rescued by the 9th Legion, they would inform the Blood Angels that the corruption stemmed from the heart of the system. Upon the world of Cygnus Prime, the Blood Angels would confront their malignant foe. The ruinous powers had laid claim to the souls of the planet and ensnared every human being to follow in their wicked ways. The Angels of Death would descend upon Cygnus Prime and with blade and bolter destroy the heretics. As the blood of mortal men slicked their blades, a new foe would present itself. Demons of the Warp, once thought to be mere tales of superstition among backwater worlds, would spill forth from the Cygnus capital. Sanguinius would lead his men in facing the Warp entities, and alongside Meros, face the greater demon, Kyrus the Perverse. For the Keeper of Secrets had ruled over the Cygnus cluster within his palace, the Cathedral of the Mark. Legionaries of the 9th would cull thousands of demons upon the plains of the damned, as their Primarch Sanguinius besieged the palace alongside his elite 1st Company. Confronted by the Bloodthirster of Khorne, Ka'Bandha, Sanguinius would face the champion of the Blood God. The battle between angel and demon would wreak untold destruction as the titanic figures dealt one another devastating blows. Sanguinius's legs would be broken, and with the summoning of the Rage Fire, Ka'Bandha would gain the upper hand. Slaying 500 Blood Angels in his path of destruction, Sanguinius would be rendered unconscious with the trauma of the sudden deaths of so many of his cherished sons. Seeping a curse within the psyche of the Blood Angels, Ka'Bandha would sow a deep thirst for bloodshed within the soul of the Legion. Imbued with psychotic rage, the Blood Angels would give in to the fury within them and carve a bloody path across Cygnus Prime. Once noble paragons of virtue, the 9th Legion now tore through the enemy ranks as feral berserkers, alike to their cousins, the World Eaters. Yet the loyalty to their Gene Father would not break, and the sons of Sanguinius would not turn upon their own kin. Harnessing their bloodlust against the demons, the 9th Legion would tear through the Temple of the Mark and its demonic guardians. Yet for some unknown reason, Meros, First Captain Rauderon, and a small band of the 9th Legion would be unaffected by the rage empowering the Blood Angels. Infiltrating the Temple of the Mark, Meros and the small band of Sane Astartes would, alongside the librarian Makani Kano and his brother Psychers, attempt to revive their Primarch. With their combined psychic might, the librarians, with the exception of Kano, would forfeit their lives to awaken Sanguinius. Once more taking to the field, the Great Angel would battle both Kairos and Kavanda. Casting Kavanda into the warp, the Great Angel's deeds would restore his legion to their former selves. Yet the misfortune upon the Cygnus system of the Ninth Legion and Meros had not yet concluded. Erebus, first chaplain of the Word-Bearers, had concocted a device of psychic creation. Dubbed the Ragefire, the device would be drawn from the former Blood Angels captain of the 111th Company, Tagus, whom had perished on the world of 14020, known colloquially as Murder. The sorceries of chaos would utilize the long-dead captain's undiluted rage as a conduit to spread throughout the Ninth Legion. Fueled by uncontrollable fury, the Blood Angels would be all the easier to convert to the path of chaos in their worship of the Blood God. Kairos the Perverse had been defeated, but still held the fate of the Ninth Legion within his grasp. Offering Sanguinius a bargain, Kairos would state that should the Great Angel surrender to the Ragefire, the curse of the Red First within the Blood Angels would be absolved. The love of the Great Angel for his sons would be chronicled as among the most heartfelt and true among the sons of the Emperor, to which the ruinous powers would eagerly exploit. Accepting the offer proffered by the Greater Demon, Sanguinius would come close to binding his soul to the Ragefire. Yet before Sanguinius could bind the pact, Meros would intervene. Leaping into the crystalline lattice, acting as the physical manifestation of their pact, Meros would sacrifice his soul for the love of his legion and noble Genefather. Forewarned with the future downfall of his legion, Meros would not allow the Great Angel to fall, no matter the cost. Sanguinius was fated to face the War Master, and with the actions of Meros, the future of the Blood Angels would be set. Removing his own progenoid gland from his body, with the use of his Narfesium, Meros would toss the organ to his Primarch for use in preserving his gene-forged might. Meros would die this day, yet his legacy would live on within the Blood Angels. Vowing to honor his son's sacrifice, Sanguinius would watch as Meros' body transformed within the vortex of the crystalline structure. Pain contorted Meros' face as his body was agonizingly transfigured with fell power. His armor darkened as steam poured from his joints and a pair of ghostly, blood-slickened wings spread from his spine. Meros was gone, his body now a host of the chosen demon of Khorne, the Red Angel. Sanguinius would demand that the being relinquish its avatar, to which the Red Angel would refuse. A small fragment of Meros remained within the body of the creature, yet the being would retreat from the chamber. Sanguinius would vow to honor his valiant son's sacrifice, and one day find a means to free his soul from torment. Cygnus Prime would be purged of the demonic entities upon its surface, and thanks to the deeds of the martyred apothecary, the Blood Angels would be given a reprieve from their curse. Casting Kairos the Perverse into the depths of the warp, with the tip of the blade in carmine, Sanguinius would grieve at his son's demise. The Red Angel, known to the traitors as the Cruor Angelus, would aid the War Master of Chaos in his gambit to overthrow the Emperor. The fate of the Red Angel remains a mystery to this day, yet the legacy of Meros endures. For within the 41st millennium, the gene seed of the Martyr of the Blood Angels remains in service. Implanted within the Blood Angel Sergeant, Rathan, the valor of the Savior of Sanguinius remains a constant reminder of the virtue of the Ninth Legion.
Hear me, creature. Let Meros hear this. Your gambit has failed. Whatever these powers are that you call master, whatever irrational choice my brother Horus has made to seek a pact with them, you stand defeated upon the cusp of victory. Do you understand the reason why?
This one, an exemplar of your kind. You
were underestimated. The first would have taken you.
But it did not, because as long as one Blood Angel lives, he will be master of his spirit. He will not let the abyss that lies in the hearts of us all take him into the darkness. That is the truth you do not understand, the truth that Horus has forgotten. It is not the descent towards the shadow, nor the rise toward the light that makes us superior. It is the endless struggle between the two that greatness of character lies. We are tested, and we do not break. We will never fall. Take that to my brother, and tell him.
Zephon served as a Dominion Company commander of the Blood Angels Legion during the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy. As a destroyer marine of the Ninth Legion's High Host during their compliances during the Great Crusade, Zephon would be known as the Bringer of Sorrows for his ruthless methods of war. An accomplished musician revered for his skill playing the harp and piano, during a battle against an unknown Xenos assailant, Zephon would lose his arms and legs to its blade. Surviving the battle, Zephon's limbs would be replaced with augmetic appendages, which would regularly be rejected by his body. Unable to fight alike to his kin, and lacking the finesse to play his instruments he had once mastered, Zephon would fall into a deep depression. With his martial prowess significantly diminished, Zephon would be dispatched to Holy Terra to become a member of the Crusader host comprised of 1 Astartes from every legion. Yet with the betrayal of Horus Lupercal and eruption of the Traitor Rebellion, the Crusader host would be disbanded and its members imprisoned for interrogation to ensure no traitors lurked within Terra's midst. Freed to aid the Imperium's war effort, Zephon would tally the dead of the war, yet grow restless while separated from his far-flung legion. Denied sanction to venture into the galaxy to locate his legion, Zephon, for his eagerness to aid his brethren, would be recruited by the custodian, Diocletian Koros, to aid in reinforcing the secret war within the Webway. Spending many of his days off-duty within the Imperial Palace, Zephon would form a friendship with the Genius Mechanicum Magos, Arcan Land. Refitting Zephon's limbs with improved augmetics, Land would enable greater fidelity to the crestfallen Blood Angel and allow for him to fight with renewed vigor. Knowing his body to continually reject his augmetics, Land would integrate a dark age of technology, artificial intelligence into Zephon's body to trick his own physiology into accepting his implants. With the arrival of the Blood Angels Legion to Holy Terra, Zephon would weep at the sight of his returned legion. Standing at the side of his kin at the forefront of battle, Zephon would fight in the defense of the Gorgon Bar and be wounded defending the Imperial historian, Ceres Gon. Placed within a stasis pod and delivered to Arcan Land, Zephon's wounds would be swiftly healed, and with his recovery, he would aid Land in escaping his now besieged underground laboratory. Returning to the front line in the defense of the Eternity Gate, Zephon and Arcan Land would face the traitors. Promising Land that he would beat him to death should he retreat, though stern in his assertion, Zephon would nonetheless defend Land from the traitors whilst the two fought side by side. Escorting his ally back to the Sanctum Imperialis as the traitors pushed their advance forward, the Bab Bastion would fall. Zephon, alongside the revered Astartes captains, Fafnir Ran, Maximus Fane, Ascalon, Satel Amory, and Keshig commander Namahi, would serve under the command of Terra's most senior Astartes, Arcamus. Succumbing to his rage during the traitor assault, Zephon would, despite his state, survive the siege of Terra, and following his genesire's death, retell his father's gloried deeds. Installed as the first chapter master of the Blood Angel successor chapter, the Charnel Guard, Zephon would continue to fight for the Imperium as a dour yet respected legend of the siege. His deeds following the Horus Heresy, made in his chapter's name, now lost to history.
Eli Janus served as Archaean of the Blood Angels 202nd Company during the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy. Among the most martially gifted warriors of the Ninth Legion, Eli would also be gifted with precognitive insights into the future. His deeds to his legion lost to history
prior to the Horus Heresy, his defining glories would be won during the Battle of Cygnus Prime against the malevolent forces of Chaos. Commanding the heavy cruiser Ifrit 9, Janus would command the fleet to form a defensive formation to combat the demonic vessels of the ruinous powers. Undone by the actions of their duplicitous allies of the Wordbearers, the Company of the Unseen Hand, the traitor cruiser, the Dark Page, would allow several demonic void ships to besiege the Blood Angels' flagship, the Red Tear. Ordering his ship to ram the demon vessels, Janus would cripple one of their number and plunge both ships to the surface of Cygnus Prime. Escaping the fatal crash via drop pod exfiltration, the Red Tear would nonetheless also befall the Ifrit 9's fate and crash from the orbit of Cygnus Prime. Returning to the side of their kin during their Primarch's wounding by the Bloodthirster of Khorne, Karbanda, Eli's men would charge into battle, chanting the Legion's liturgy of blood. Shielded from the bloodlust madness overwhelming their Legion's forces with their zealous contempt, the 202nd Company would devastate the demons of chaos and surviving Wordbearers. Avenging the death of Archaean Betrix Sizal and his forces, Janus would add the survivors of Betrix's company to his forces in their assault of the demonic cathedral of the Mark. Bombarding the demonic stronghold, Janus's actions would allow the Blood Angels to rend the demons within the now breached temple. His words during his last stand, remaining a chronicled speech spoken to this day within the now chapter of the Blood.
Though we may feel as if we die alone, remember that we carry within our veins the blood of our Father and of the Emperor. With them in our hearts, we are never alone in the galaxy, nor can we die in vain.
With the retaliation of their demonic enemies, Eli and his men would perish at the hands of the Pawns of Chaos. Honored for his valor and duty to his legion, Eli Janus would be memorialized upon the now salvaged Red Tear. The deeds of the 202nd Company, a symbol of the Blood Angels' resolve, courage, and nobility.
Aster Crone served as a centurion of the Blood Angels Legion during the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy. Recruited from the brutal world of Safe and inducted into the Legion prior to its reunion with their Primarch, Sanguinius, Crone's veterancy within the Ninth would be marked by his ability to endure countless grueling battles. His homeworld characterized by tribal warfare using debased methods of violence. As the only recruit to be drawn from the killing fields during his early service, Aster would be regarded as the ghost of Safe. Bloody-minded and gifted with an incredible resilience, deaths called those scarring his face and requiring a mask to be fitted to his jaw, never managed to claim him. Stubbornly surviving the massacres inflicted upon the Legion of old, with the Great Angel's reformation of the Revenant Legion, Crone lost much of his prestige. Though a capable leader and tenacious soldier, the age of bloodthirsty angels had been put aside in favor of more regal and noble-bearing Astartes. Assigned to the 94th Company and demoted to the rank of Judicia to replace the slain Archaean, Malachi, following the Inconnu campaign. As a warrior marked for judgment, Aster fought ahead of the Blood Angels' advances as the equivalent of the infamous Moritats. Regardless of his change in rank, a chance for Crone to prove his valor would present itself during the Battle of Cygnus Prime. Resisting the call of the Red First, wrought by the Bloodthirster, Karbanda, Aster led his men to defy the carnage of the Demons of the Warp until their Primarch's resurgence. Despite his capable leadership and continued refusal to die, Aster Crone remained estranged by his brethren as a relic of a bygone era unbefitting the sons of the Great Angel. Forever an outcast, his fate remains unknown. All that we know is that Crone never escaped his fate as a symbol of his Legion's ignoble past and reminder of his enlightened kin's failure to contain their bloodlust.
Vardas Ison served as a librarian of the Blood Angels during the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy. Hailing from the 9th Legion, Much of Vardas's deeds have been redacted from imperial records, though what is known is that he would detest his gene-father, Sanguinius. Supposition would proffer the abolishment of the Librarius by the Edict of Nicaea to be the root of his estrangement from the Great Angel, though such speculation has long since been censured from history. All that is known is that Ison's powerful psychic abilities would not go to waste, as Malcador the Sigillite would see worth in recruiting the dejected Blood Angel into the fold of the Knights Errant. Aiding Nathaniel Garrow during the detainment of the first living saint of the Imperium, Euphrates Keeler, Ison would be reserved in his dealings with his outcast battle brothers. Fighting alongside Garrow, Tylos Rubio, and Helig Galor during the Chaos Cultist uprising of Holy Terror, Ison would prove a worthy companion of the Agentia Primus during the dark days of the Horus Heresy. Surviving the engagement against the greater demon, the Lord of Flies, Vardas would prove himself worthy of ascension within the newly formed order of Malcador's clandestine organization. Relinquishing his former name and accepting the title, Satra, the former Blood Angel would become one of the 8 founding Grand Masters of the Grey Knights chapter. Leading his brotherhood during the Siege of Terra, Satra's deeds in the wake of the manifestation of the Grey Knights would be lost to history. His deeds obscured to allow his joint leadership of the 666th chapter of the Adeptus Astartes into the millennia to follow.
For 1100 years I have fought, and I have seen the darkness in our galaxy. I have seen the vileness of the alien and the heresy of the mutant. I have witnessed the sin of possession. I have seen all the evil that the galaxy harbors, and I have slain all whose presence defiles the Emperor. I have seen what you will see. I have fought what you must fight, and I have slain what you must slay. So fear not, and be proud, for we are the sons of Sanguinius, the protectors of mankind. Aye, we are indeed the Angels of Death.
The Adeptus Astartes are the blade against the most terrible creatures of the Void. Molded in the noble image of their gene sires, the Primarchs, each Angel of Death exhibits a fragment of their noble bearing and might. And among these noble warriors, their chapter masters are the pinnacle of the pursuit to embody their example, with many revered as among the most legendary heroes of the Imperium. Yet one among them has served his chapter for over a millennia, free from the constraints of a dreadnought sarcophagus, yet burdened by age and untold sacrifices. The Lord of Angels and Commander of Imperium Nihilus, Luis Dante. The origins of the revered commander of the Blood Angels is that of a humble and wise boy beyond his years, born within the cradle of the great Angel's homeworld. Born during 447.M40, the child of the second moon of Baal Secundus would find his early years characterized by malnutrition, radiation, and struggle. His circumstance stunting his growth, the small boy of the Salt Clans traveled the dried-up seas of his celestial body's now desert sands and harvested salt for trade. Traveling from settlement to settlement within the borders of the salt deserts, the boy known as Luis had known his mother only 7 cycles before her death, and so relied solely on his father, Areus. Danger was ever present during his youth, for human raiders and wild beasts regularly hounded the Salt Clans of Baal Secundus, with few members of the clans exceeding the age of 30. Imbued with the virtue of compassion, Luis from the start of his life had always sought to aid his peers and never wasted his potential for good. Yet among his most lofty dreams, one above all loomed large in his thoughts: the angelic host. Near deific beings to the clans of Baal Secundus, these towering figures clad in red and gold regularly recruited aspirants into their order
from the stock of his people, and as such, Luis resolved to one day become an angel of death. His father forbidding him to attempt the trials of the Astartes, Areius would not allow for his last blood relative to die needlessly at the altar of glory. Undeterred by his father's wishes, Luis ventured to the cliff face of Angel's Fall in secret in order to become an aspirant of the Crimson Angels. Traversing the perilous Great Salt Wastes alone, Luis endured the immense thirst that parched his throat, and in his moment of greatest suffering was visited by a golden figure of light. The Sanguinor, ancient protector of the Blood Angels chapter, looked down upon Luis and saw within him great potential, with such an instance the first of many which the two would share. Leading him to the mummified corpse of an unfortunate traveler who had long ago died from his own failed venture, Luis found intact water flasks which would prove crucial in sustaining his dehydrated body. Reaching the site where Sanguinius had first been found as a child by the natives of Baal Secundus, within the shadow of Angel's Fall, Luis began his trials at the place of challenge. Among the 500 assembled aspirants of the Blood, Dante showed no visible signs of strength, athleticism, or resilience. Boys of much taller profile looked down upon the emaciated boy among their ranks and saw only weakness in his form, yet within the eyes of the son of Areius, a fierce determination burned. Surviving the winnowing laid forth by the Blood Angels recruiters, Chapter Malaphael inducted Luis to serve under the charge of sanguinary priest Arazon. Succeeding in the trial of war, Luis led a band of his peers to victory against their rival band of aspirants. Disgusted by the bloodshed required to succeed in his trial, such empathy would serve Luis well during his trial of Horus. Refusing to slay his fellow aspirant to secure his position as a Blood Angel, his compassion proved his morals to be pure. Enduring the winnowing of weariness for 3 solar days as he remained awake from his former trials, as slumber threatened to end his vigil, the Sanguinor would once again visit Luis Dante. Managing to succeed in the final test of his character, Luis declared the name to which he would be known by his kin in deference to his father's bloodline: Dante. Drinking the gene seed synthesized blood of Sanguinius, Dante underwent his year-long transformation as his body writhed in a comatose state within a sarcophagus. His body undergoing drastic physical changes as he cried out the names of fallen Primarchs, fell demons and their malevolent benefactors, Dante emerged from his metamorphosis in a form alien to his senses. His sanctified sarcophagus, said to have had its heavy lid lifted during his struggle, none had ever exhibited such torment and lived during the many storied observations of such aspirants' transformations. Reborn in the image of a true son of the Angel, his dense muscle tissues and implanted organs had turned Luis into a weapon of the Emperor and guardian of humanity. Upholding the 5 angelic graces consisting of honor, humility, mercy, restraint, and forgiveness, Dante began to uphold the creed of his chapter with his continued service. Incorporating the 5 warrior virtues of strength, savagery, abandon, rage, and detachment to mirror his nobler traits, Dante quickly ascended to the rank of Brother Sergeant as he began his service to his chapter. Promoted to the rank of Captain during 753.M40, only 6 years shy of his 3rd century of life, Dante would soon watch the most senior leaders of his kin perish. The Callias insurrection incited rebellion against the Imperium, and so it was that the Angels of Death brought retribution to the Callias subsector. The Angels Numinous quelled the rebellion, yet in the wake of such blatant heresy committed by its populace, whilst in league with warbands of traitor Space Marines, the Angels Numinous were driven back. Aiding their brother chapter in battle, the Blood Angels dispatched 3 companies to the fray, including Captain Dante, at the head of his 5th company. The conflict protracted as more chapters entered the fray to cleanse the heresy from Callias, yet as the years of war raged on, the full might of the Blood Angels would be brought to bear. Slaying millions in their wake, the Blood Angels for their retribution suffered immense casualties, until reinforcement from the Imperial Guard and other Space Marine chapters
were committed to ending the insurrection. Withdrawing from the conflict as they tended to their wounds, once regrouped, the Demon Blades led by Dante destroyed numerous Chaos Capital class vessels, yet with the war concluded, observed their broken ranks. Less than 200 Astartes remained of the chapter, losses so great that only their devastation from the 7th Black Crusade of Abaddon the Despoiler compared. The chapter council had perished, with Dante standing as the most senior officer of the chapter among his peers of the sanguinary priests and chaplains. Electing Dante as the new chapter master of the Blood Angels, the conclave of the remaining officers reluctantly sanctioned his mastery with no alternatives present. And so it was that the reluctant Lord of Angels was appointed, yet little would he know that his lengthy service as the leader of the Blood Angels had merely begun. While none among the subjects of the Imperium would dare besmirch the legacy and deeds of Commander Dante during the Era Indomitus, his early incumbency would be scrutinized heavily by his peers. Dante held the most powerful position within the chapter simply by virtue of being the only man alive to fill the role, yet little would his detractors realize the error of their misgivings. His millennia of service to the chapter, upheld as among the most paragon of examples to follow for all chapter masters of the Adeptus Astartes, the noble ideals and deeds of the Lord of Angels are the stuff of legends. Clad in shining, opulent golden artificer armor in battle, his beatific form wrought of among the finest artistry of any armorer's craft is alike to watching a brilliant flame of the Emperor's will soaring above the battlefield. Swiftly darting across war zones by use of his jetpack, and concealing his face behind the death mask of Sanguinius, Dante's likeness, crafted in the image of the great angel, looks down upon his foes with an accusatory stare of hatred. Never removing his death mask in the presence of outsiders to his chapter, Dante allows his true face only to be visible within the fortress monastery of the chapter, the Arx Angelicum, and only to those of his most trusted kin. Wielding the ancient Infernus pistol, Perdition, and the Axe Mortalis in battle, these weapons of immense power, forged prior to and following the Horus Heresy, respectively, have slain countless traitors, Xenos, and heretics. Yet in the quiet moments of the chapter master's contemplation, melancholy reflects the heavy toll the millennia of service have wrought. Said to be the oldest space marine to currently serve within the Adeptus Astartes by a long margin, Dante has watched the Imperium's gradual decline with his survival of over 1,000 years of service. Even the transhuman forms of the Emperor's angels have limits, and the scars of time have not been kind to the bringer of light. His record of triumph exceeding the deeds of any honor roll among the Angels of Death's many chapters, the facts of his deeds have long been distorted by legends and embellished retellings which have endured past the lifespans of billions of Imperial subjects. Though not as beloved as the Great Wolf of the Vilca Fenrica, Logan Grimnar, due to his wisdom and countless deeds made in the name of the Imperium, Commander Dante is a more distant and unknowable entity. More mythic in nature than a man of flesh and blood, deeds such as his banishment of the exiled son of the blood god, Skarbrand, at the gates of Pandemonium, is more fable than military record. Triumphant over the Night Lord Legion on the world of Terion, centuries following their liberation by the Sons of the Great Angel, the world once ravaged by the Sons of the Night Haunter has erected statues of gold and marble to honor Commander Dante as the planet now flourishes as a near paradisal world. Said to have visited more bastions of the Imperium, waged more wars than any commander, and felled more foes than any other than the revered sons of the Emperor, Dante's legacy has been blurred and twisted beyond all recognition of fact or true account. Aiding the Ultramarines chapter during the scouring of Ultramar of 746.M41, their reinforcement of free battle companies to face the Tyranid invasion would not be forgotten by the scions of Rabute Guilliman. Triumphant during the Second War of Armageddon against the hordes of the Greenskins under the command of their grim prophet, Galsgul Mag Uruk Fraka, the Blood Angels under the banner of the General of the Archangels have earned much glory. Yet with the era of the 41st millennium drawing to a close, the Golden Seraph of the Blood Angels would face a threat capable of sundering his chapter's legacy. The Cryptus system had long served as a bastion of the Sons of the Great Angel for millennia. Within close proximity to the Baal system, the so-called Krypton Shield stood as the last line of defense against any force wishing to harm the homeworld of the Great Angel and seat of power of the Blood Angels chapter. No force, whether Chaos nor Xenos in nature, had ever breached its defenses until the invasion of High Fleet Leviathan during 998.M41. Sacrificing the shield worlds of the system to stave off the Great Devourer, such was the sheer force of numbers possessed by the Tyranid menace that drastic action would be required to fend off the total annihilation of the Baal system. Rallying every available successor chapter of the Blood Angels to his command, Commander Dante petitioned every able-bodied Astartes who shared their bloodline of Sanguinius to preserve his holy resting site and homeworld of his youth. The Angels in Carmine, Angels Excelsis, Angels Glorious, Angels of Light, Angels Numinous, Angels Penitent, Angels Sanguine, Angels Vermilion, Blood Drinkers, Blood Legion, Blood Swords, Blood Wings, Brothers of Jarad, Brothers of the Red, Burning Blood, Carmine Blades, Charnel Guard, Disciples of Blood, Exsanguinators, Flesh Eaters, Flesh Tearers, Golden Sons, Knights of Blood, Red Knights, Red Wings, Sable Brotherhood, Sanguine Host, and Scions of Sanguinius, all aided in the defense of Baal as a force of over 29,000 Astartes strong. Records indicate that 8 chapters would perish during the onslaught, with over 5 chapter masters slain defending the holy soil of Baal. As the Tyranids consumed the biomass of the fallen and closed in on the ever-dwindling holdouts of the Blood Angels, Dante, as the head of his honor guard, sought to stem the tide of innumerable alien filth in defense of his chapter's fortress monastery. Far distant across the void of space, the Black Legion of Abaddon the Despoiler destroyed the bastion of humanity, Cadia, and with its death the Eye of Terror expanded into the Great Rift, the Cicatrix Maledictum. Demons spewed from the Immaterium, led by the Bloodthirster of Khorne, Ka'Bandha, emboldened by the birth of the Great Rift, and bloodshed unleashed upon Baal. The galaxy was torn asunder, as soon after, at the height of the battle, Commander Dante incurred a grievous wound. Dueling a fell Swarmlord, Dante's martial skill and battle experience would be diminished by his aged body, and though he would be victorious, Dante lay broken. Yet in the Blood Angels' hour of direst need, a beacon of hope descended from the heavens. Rabute Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines and the returned avenging son of the Emperor, unleashed the fury of his vast Indomitas crusade against the Tyranids and forces of Chaos. The Baal system was saved, and despite the ruination and desecration at the hands of the forces of High Fleet Leviathan, the Blood Angels endured. The Lord of Ultramar met with Commander Dante, and following his recovery from the intense siege, Dante saw to the restoration of his chapter. Reinforced by Primara Space Marines, bequeathed by the Avenging Sun, the Lord of Angels graciously accepted such potent warriors into the ranks of his chapter, and those of their successor kin. Yet the scars inflicted from the devastation of Baal had cut deep, and as Dante assumed the title of Lord Commander of the newly formed Imperium Nihilus, his wearied body began to fail. Dante had suffered so much, yet above all, seen so many virtuous souls under his charge sacrifice themselves to preserve the legacy of his chapter. Among the ashes of the devastation of Baal, Dante had seen a vision of his Primarch, Sanguinius, as the promise of peace and eternal rest called to his broken and weary body. Yet in the embrace of the great angel, the vision of his liege had ordered him to live. His duty had exceeded any warrior of the Adeptus Astartes history. He had killed millions of the servants of foul gods and malevolent Xenos. He had staved off the extinction of his chapter time and again, aided his allies on innumerable war zones, and fought in the name of the great angel
yet Sanguinius forbade him to rest. His duty was not done. Reconciling his vision with records within the scrolls of Sanguinius, his Primarch's writings told of a time wherein a golden warrior stood between the Emperor of Mankind and his destruction. Perhaps this figure was the Lord of Angels, laying down his life to preserve the Master of Mankind during the Imperium's most perilous hour. Yet what good was an old man long past his prime? His injury at the hands of the Swarm Lord had drained him of much of his diminished strength, and his chapter had suffered the greatest calamity in their history. Though in the hour of their darkest days, Lord Commander Dante had witnessed the return of a Primarch, the Lord Guilliman, and with his resurgence, a spark of hope had inspired renewed devotion in the ranks of the Astartes. The Great Rift had made the ruinous powers stronger than ever, and the splinter of Hive Fleet Leviathan was surely only the beginning of their continued slaughter across the stars. No, Luis Dante had never faltered in his defense of humanity. Undertaking the dangerous procedure of the Rubicon Primaris with the arrival of the Adepts of Mars from the Indomitus Crusade, though many within his own chapter believed his body to be too worn to endure the surgeries, Dante once again proved too stubborn to die. Stronger than ever before, and reinvigorated with purpose in the wake of the return of the Lord of Ultramar, Dante would never dare to dream that his path would cross another of the returned Sons of the Emperor. During the Arks of Omen campaign, the Blood Angels stood defiant against the resurgent traitor legion, the World Eaters, and their rabid demon Primarch, Angron. Unable to best the Lord of Red Sands in combat, the Blood Angels retreated from the fray as Dante's wounds incurred from the Champion of Khorne threatened to once again end his service. Yet once more, a stalwart legend of yore took up arms to face the darkness. After 10 millennia of slumber, Lion L. Johnson, Primarch of the Dark Angels, took to the field and slew his traitorous brother upon his former homeworld of Caliban. The planet now known as Wormwood, the Lion's great duel against Angron would be chronicled as legend among the Imperium as he banished his fallen kin back into the roiling tides of the warp. Recovering from his battle against the Red Angel, Dante now understands the stakes of the ever-corroding galaxy. Legends of old return to the fray, and ancient horrors attempt to cast down the champions of the Imperium and dethrone its emperor. Sanguinius is gone, yet his spirit remains within the heart of Luis Dante, and with the Angel's stalwart brothers returned once more, the end of the Dark Imperium has begun in earnest. Though whether it shall end in ruination or glorious resurgence is at the hands of those that face the darkness. And Luis Dante, Lord Commander of Imperium Nihilus, shall not betray his oath to his Primarch, nor duty to humanity.
There is always beauty in the depths of ugliness, even in the depths of defeat,
said Dante.
Your song raises us all above this realm of earthly flesh, for we are angels and warriors in equal part. Our devotion to our Emperor and our Gene Father is a paragon to which the citizens of the Imperium have long aspired. Now we stand upon the brink of death. This will not change. I say, let us not go into the long silences of history, but stride forward into legend. If the Tyranids remained without guidance, we might survive here, behind the walls of the Heaven Ward's redoubt. But they reorganize. The hive mind is disrupted no longer. Our librarians report the shadow falls once more. It is weak, but it grows stronger with every passing minute, coalescing around one potent nexus. If this is allowed to continue, the Tyranids will become of one mind again, and they shall attack without mercy, and we will perish here, within these walls. We have no notice of the fleet. The void is awash with the energies of the warp. If we strike down their leader, we may deal the swarm one fatal death blow, and save the world beyond Baal. In this way, We will win victory of sorts. We will most likely die in the attempt. Millions of them remain, scant thousands of us. If we stay behind these walls, they will overwhelm the last of our defenses in a few days. This is the only way. The Shadow in the Warp is a many-headed monster, more ferocious than the Hydra of ancient tales, for it has 1 billion times 1 billion heads, and all must be severed before it will die. We have the blades. We have the will. Let us carve the skulls of this creature. Are we not the sons of the great angel? Are we not the most blessed of all the Adeptus Astartes? Our Primarch was among the first to die, but he lives eternally in our beings. The meat and blood of our bodies are his host. For 10,000 years we have protected his legacy within the fortress of our bodies.
Dante bows his head here.
That time is at an end. We are all Death Company now. The sarcophagi lie shattered, their occupants devoured, and our future upon Baal has died with them. The chapter is finished here, but it is not yet dead. Our bloodline may survive in the gene seed of our brothers elsewhere in the galaxy. It may not. This question of survival is no longer ours to contemplate. Divert your gaze from the future and think of the present, of now, of what we might accomplish in these next glorious hours. For if we must go into the darkness of extinction, let us do so with our swords in our hands and the wrath of Sanguinius in our grasp. When the tides of the battle reach other worlds, let them lift up their guns and say, "We shall not fall. We shall not die meekly. Through battle we remember and honor the sons of Baal. Who will say aye? Who will raise his sword with mine? Who will bring burnished steel and wrathful soul to the slaughter and let red ruin flow? Who will die in remembering our Lord? Our flesh may be devoured, but they cannot touch our souls. We are the blessed of the Emperor's warriors. The soul of our Lord lives in the minds and hearts of every one of us. We, the red-clad, the blood-hungry. We, the wrathful and the pure. We, the sons of Sanguinius, most noble and glorious of all the Primarchs. We hold more than his memories in our hearts and minds. The great angel will not lurk here waiting for his end. He will strike out, seeking to destroy the leader of his enemies, as he did when he confronted his brother Horus. Such a choice is now ours, as it was our father's. If we do this, we shall all surely perish, but Baal may yet escape and play host to Space Marines still. You and I will not be among them, but the name of the Blood Angels and a score of other chapters who fought with us here will yet be known across the galaxy. For millennia, I have worn this mask, so long that mortal humans of 1,000 worlds equate Dante with Sanguinius. One has become the other. I have no need of a mask any longer. I need not wear our father's face. He is in here, in my heart. I reveal my face to you, long hidden for shame of the weakness age reveals. I shall wear this mask when I fight in honor of our Lord, but I go into the final battle, not as a poor facsimile of our father, but as Commander Louis Dante, son of Baal, son of the great angel, whose living body is the host of the Primarch. What say you, warriors of Baal?
He said in a ferocious whisper that rose in volume and power.
That we let slip the red durst one final time, and fly upon the wings of wrath with our Lord unto battle. I commend you all, O ye mighty, to the protection of the great angel. For the Emperor, for Sanguinius, there is no beauty to be had from life, so let us then seek a beautiful death.
A beautiful death for the Emperor, for Sanguinius,
the doomed angels shouted. Their voices shook the ruins of the Basilica Sanguinarum.
Then we march. All of us who bear the blood, Chaplain O'Danael, summon the Amarian Guard. Open the gates of the Tower of Amariel, and let the damned march with the damned.
I once was Calistarius. He has been dead for many years. I stand in his place, with death in my right hand, darkness in my left. And I would know who this is who bears the name Mephiston.
The Angels of Death are the most battle-hardened warriors of the Imperium, and as such their countenance is marked with the grim promise of destruction. Many have been attributed titles of glory, valor, and even foreboding, yet one above all is synonymous with the ruination of his foes. The Lord of Death and Chief Librarian of the Blood Angels, Mephiston. Prior to his ascension as Chief Librarian of the Blood Angels chapter, the warrior known as Mephiston served under a different name, or more accurately, lived as a different man entire. A young librarian of the junior rank of Lexicanium by the name of Calistarius, though his recruitment into the Order and deeds of his transformation into the Astartes are lost to time, records exist of a particularly important mission during 589.M41. The vast space hulk, the Sin of Damnation, breached the veil of the Immaterium close to the chapter's homeworld of Baal, requiring cleansing of its twisted carcass of Xenos filth. Originally cited during 996.M40 in the chapter's prior history, its name was a stain on the Blood Angels' honor due to their first attempt to purge its contents, threatening their extinction with only 50 Battle Brothers surviving the ordeal. Strike Force Raphael intercepted the Space Hulk, deploying Calistarius among their number of the First Company veterans to aid in their location of objectives within its maze-like interior. Clad in Terminator armor and armed with among the most potent weapons of the chapter, the veterans trudged through the bowels of the monstrous vessel after breaching its hull using boarding torpedoes. Swarmed by hordes of foul, gene-stealer Xenos within its twisted corridors, the mighty Archangels cut a swathe through their ranks, despite incurring heavy casualties among the fray. Aiding Captain Raphael's strike team with his fledgling yet potent psychic might, Calistarius' precognitive powers, though priceless in the battle, did not spare him from watching his peers die long before the talons of the Xenos had even struck. Plundering the Sin of Damnation's guarded treasures and cleansing the corruption within, Strike Force Raphael had finally captured the vast ship 600 years following its initial insurgence. Calistarius, for his involvement, was honored for his service, yet could not look upon his fallen battle brothers with even a shred of empathy. Set apart from his non-psychic kin, even during their cooperation, Calistarius required a mentor of great wisdom to hone his growing power and diminish his resentment. Brother Librarian Gaius Racelus, a grizzled epistolary of the blood, saw the potential within Calistarius, and saw within him the true valor of their creed. Nurturing his progression through the ranks of the Librarium, Racelus's efforts in molding Calistarius into a librarian of great strength would be cut short by a twist of fate. Upon the world of Armageddon, the Imperium staved off an invasion of obscene might. The Greenskins sought to once again reclaim the world of their wretched birth, for the planet once known as Ulanor had long been a bastion of the Imperium's military might, following its conquest of the Great Crusade. The War of the Beast had failed in its attempt to reclaim the industrial hive world from humanity, and with the ministrations of the Adepts of Mars, the planet had been renamed and transported to a distant sector of space to shroud its true nature. Yet for all the idiocy and ignorance of the Orc species, no matter the deception, they were drawn like a moth to the flame to Armageddon, and led by their disgusting ruler, Gazgul Mag Uruk Fraka, laid siege to the planet. The Second War for Armageddon required a force of immense might to combat the threat, drafting untold Space Marine chapters, Militarum regiments and Titan legios to stave off the Greenskin tide. Among the ranks of the Astartes, the Blood Angels saw to the defense of Hades' hive
as the Orc menace rampaged across its soil. There Calistarius stood, defiant against the Xenos and their barbaric onslaught, yet in the shadow of Hades' hive, the librarian fell. Surrendering to the curse of the Black Rage during the battle, Calistarius was installed as a member of the Chaplain's Death Company and took part in the final assault of the Ecclesorium of the Hive City. Buried beneath tons of collapsed cathedral spires and masonry, Calistarius languished beneath the carnage above as the rage tormented his helpless body for solar days. Screaming endlessly among the debris as he fought in vain to push the crushing rubble from his body, Calistarius' final moments were that of madness, desperation, and futility. Yet on the 7th day of his imprisonment, a new being rose from beneath the shattered temple. Calistarius was dead, yet something new and alien to his form had revived, shrouded in etheric and terrible psychic might. Casting aside gigantic boulders which once entombed his body, the sound of stone colliding against the rubble drew the greenskins to investigate. Thinking the lone unarmored Astartes to be of no threat, the Orcs set upon the being. Learning too late their fatal mistake, the greenskins watched helplessly as the Revenant Angel darted among their ranks, striking them down with fists capable of pulverizing their flesh and shattering bone. Stubbornly refusing to retreat, the Orcs watched helplessly as the creature tore the heart from the largest of their number and drenched his ruined armor with gore and viscera. Knowing itself to be Mephiston, this seemingly sane warrior nonetheless projected an aura of unsettling and nigh heretical power. Returning to the Blood Angels as a stranger in both demeanor and physical characteristics, despite his drastic change, Rassilus recognized the phantom of his former pupil. Seen by his peers as a strange yet hopeful sign of their conquest over their gene curse, the reborn son of the Great Angel would prove a devastating weapon in the hands of the Chapter. Though among the most veteran souls of the Blood, some viewed this fell spectre to be little more than ruination delayed. For such unrestrained power must require a heavy cost. Rising swiftly through the ranks of the Librarium until being appointed as the Chief Librarian of the Blood Angels, Mephiston's deeds encourage both reverence and praise from his kin. Entrusted with the ancient force sword, Vitaris, said to be blessed by a drop of Sanguinius' very blood, its keen edge would be a fitting companion to such a deadly champion. Clad in artificer armor resembling sinew and bone, his appearance strikes fears into the enemies of the Blood Angels, as his psychic rage wreathes Vitaris in black flame. Believed by many to be a savior of his chapter, and the only soul capable of abolishing their gene curse from their bloodline, despite his widespread praise, Mephiston's actions would not absolve him of scrutiny. His uncanny and strange coinciding lack of resemblance to his former self, many within the chapters of the Blood could not bring themselves to trust a being exhibiting traits so intertwined with the powers of the Warp. The Calistarius of old was once talkative, and regardless of his otherness, sought the bonds of kinship with his battle brothers, yet this being was of a more reserved and lonesome disposition. Spending hours on end alone within his personal quarters, deep in silent contemplation, his countenance, whilst retaining traces of noble bearing, also displays affects of unease and secret burdens. His powers bolstered beyond measure with his domination of the Black Rage, Mephiston now exhibits psychic power beyond the scale of any psyker of the Imperium, with exception given to the Master of Mankind. Known as the Lord of Death by the Blood Angels, such an attribution is well earned due to Mephiston's utter mastery to not only defy Death's embrace, but to deliver his foes to its clutches. Some believe him to embody a fragment of Primarch Sanguinius' own suppressed rage, and due to his position as leader of his chapter's Psyker Order, he is among the most powerful individuals to fight in the name of the Emperor. Trusted and respected by his own chapter master, Commander Dante, above all of his council, the left hand of the Lord of Angels, is given immense autonomy in order to preserve the integrity of their chapter. Among his initial deeds as chief librarian of the chapter, Mephiston would reconcile with his former friend, Reclusiar Quirinus, within the adrift vessel, Eclipse of Hope. Recovering a seemingly ancient statue depiction of Sanguinius facing Horus Lupercal from the word-bearers on the planet of Philin, Mephiston saw within it a deeply troubled presence. Containing the ancient servant of Khorne, Doombreed, with its release into the material realm, magma erupted from the planet's core as the Blood Angels were set upon by the revived corpses of the long dead. Rejecting the demon's offer to serve the Blood God, after banishing the demon into the warp, Mephiston watched his old friend Quirinus fall to the Black Rage. Conferring with the deceased husks of the chapter's former chief librarians that retained psychic communion within his chambers upon Baal, the Lord of Death sought counsel from the wise heroes of yore. For in spite of his bonds of former comrades further perishing, the Lord of Death would prove crucial in the most dire events of his chapter's recent history. During 999.M41, a schism would fracture the chapter of the Blood Angels. With the recovery of the ancient artifact, the Spear of Telesto from the clutches of the Orc Xenos, the returned Archaeotech relic weapon, wielded personally by Sanguinius, plunged a contingent of the chapter into the clutches of chaos. Several Astartes of the Blood Angels' Sixth Company, the Eternals, had witnessed a scion among their ranks seemingly transcend as the great angel reborn upon the world of Cybele. Fighting the Word-Bearers Legion under orders from Commander Dante to protect the cemetery world designated the Mausoleum Valorum by the Ecclesiarchy, the Sons of Lorgar had attempted to claim the otherwise strategically useless planet as a victory of propaganda. Inquisitor Steele of the Ordo Hereticus aided the conflict waged by the Blood Angels as a long-standing ally of the chapter, yet none within their ranks knew of his true allegiance. A servant of the Changer of Ways, Sinch, Inquisitor Steele entrusted the recently recovered Spear of Telesto to the young Astartes Archeo in order to further his own schemes. The relic's reaction to Archeo's blood imprint, empowering him with the might of the great angel, the scion of Sanguinius, tore through the Word-Bearers' ranks alongside his brother Rathan and foiled their efforts to claim Cybele. Wreathed in holy golden light when wielding the spear, Archeo the Reborn Angel, with the endorsement of the zealous sanguinary priest, Sakael, was promoted to the rank of Honor Guard and began his descent into hubris. Rathan watched his blood brother's ego burgeon as he demanded his armor be reforged into gold, alike to the Sanguinary Guard, and with his seeming miracles made upon the assault of the planet of Shenlong, Rathan transmitted a warning to Commander Dante. Dispatching Mephiston to investigate the actions of Inquisitor Steele and the ascension of Archeo the Blessed, the Lord of Death's psychic powers would be a fitting means to detect the potential taint of chaos. Arriving upon the shrine world of Sabian and judging Archeo's deeds, Mephiston detected the insidious mark of chaos within him and denounced the reborn angel as a false prophet. Declaring Inquisitor Steele as a heretic to the Imperium, the Lord of Death challenged Archeo to a duel. Yet in his stead, the recently promoted Sergeant Rathan requested the right to face his blood brother in Mephiston's stead, for he had long doubted the veracity of Archeo's divinity and believed himself to be the only Astartes responsible for bringing his kin to heel. Seeing a vision that it was Rathan's destiny to face his brother in battle within his mind, Mephiston allowed them to duel to the death. Slaying Archeo by impaling his heart with the Spear of Telesto, the Angel Reborn begged his brother for forgiveness as the light faded in his eyes. The architect of the deception, the greater demon Malphalax, revealed itself to the Blood Angels and laid bare its bargain with Inquisitor Steele and the Word-Bearers' Warmaster, Garand. Their plan to turn the Blood Angels chapter to the thrall of chaos, foiled with the death of the false Messiah and his plans in ruin, Malphalax possessed Inquisitor Steele's body. Manifesting as a Lord of Change, Malphalax would be confronted by Rathan before its influence could corrupt the present Blood Angels with the curse of the Black Rage,
Banishing the greater demon with the Spear of Telesto, Rathan watched as the Lord of Death once more succumbed to the Black Rage. Directing the relic's power upon Mephiston, Rathan the Ready's actions broke the hold of the curse and returned the Chief Librarian to sanity once more. Burning Archeo's remains upon a pyre to respect his tragic downfall, which had been no fault of his own, those that had followed him learned the harsh lesson in the insidious nature of chaos. Recovering the fallen bodies of the slain and transporting them to Mephiston's personal warship, they would be stripped of their ceramite and shackled. The sanguinary priests believed their gene seed to be tainted beyond recovery, yet despite such misgivings, Mephiston demanded all their gene seed to be retrieved and secured for the return to Baal for Dante to decide its fate. The civil war was over, yet many brothers of the blood had fallen by the manifested schemes of chaos. Mephiston had once again been held ransom by fell powers, yet as future disaster threatened the chapter, he would not stand idly by. Returning to his chapter alongside Sergeant Rathan, the deeds of the young warrior would be relayed to Commander Dante. Offering Rathan the position of captain for his actions, the young sergeant refused the offer and chose to instead earn the position with continued persistent service to his chapter. Requesting Mephiston to give clemency to the battle brothers of the 6th Company who had followed Archeo's false crusade, the Lord of Death would honor the wishes of Rathan. As Rathan the Ready continued his service in the name of the Angel, Mephiston's own quest to master his insurmountable power began in earnest. The Lord of Death could not allow his surrender to the Black Rage again, and in his journey to control his nature, now compounded by the expanse of the Great Rift, Epistolary Racelus would stand by his side, as well as the young Lexicanium, brother Lucius Andros. Venturing through the warp to the shrine world of Divinitas Prime, with its separation from the Imperium due to the lost light of the Astronomicon, Mephiston and his band of warriors would find the planet embroiled by religious civil war. Fighting over the ancient artifact, the Blade Petrific, said to be forged by the Master of Mankind himself. With the intervention of the pawns of the Changer of Ways, the planet revealed its true nature. Confronted by the demonly possessed being, Pieter Zarambus, following his duel with the creature, Mephiston would realize the Blade Petrific had been spirited from the Blood Angels by the planet's Chaos Cultists. Allowing them to retreat from the planet, the Lord of Death would forego claiming the blade for a time, in order to quell the plots of Tzeentch, for in his heart, he knew that such a relic would not aid his toil in quelling the Black Rage. With the eclipse of the 41st millennium drawing ever closer, a battle of cataclysmic proportions loomed large over the Baal sector. The Krypton Shield, a defensive network devised to protect the homeworld of the Great Angel from its enemies, collapsed. Hive Fleet Leviathan, the hated foe of the Blood Angels, unleashed its swarms to consume the legacy of Sanguinius. Petitioning the majority of the successor chapters of the Blood Angels for aid, Commander Dante prepared every blade, bolter, and voidcraft to defend Baal from the insatiable hunger of the Great Devourer. As the chapters of the Blood fortified the Baal system for war, Dante knew in his heart that it would be a war for survival, with losses so vast that many chapters of the Blood would become extinct should they falter. Outnumbered by the largest invasion of the Tyranids ever recorded by the Imperium, the valiant sons of the Angel fought tooth and nail to preserve their holy ground. Their enemy adapting its probing assaults and outmaneuvering every counter-offensive strike, even with the Lord of Death carving swathes through their number, it would not be enough. Knowing the nemesis of the chapter, Ka'Bandha, to be preparing to capitalize on their weakened state during the fray, the Lord of Death would confront the Prince of Khorne. Gathering the most powerful librarians of the chapter to oppose the Bane of the Ninth, the Librarium opened a portal to the realm of Khorne in order for Mephiston to quell the threat before its arrival to Baal. Dueling Ka'Bandha with fury and unimaginable might, despite his best efforts, Mephiston could not best such a being in the heart of its domain. Though failing to prevent Ka'Bandha from breaching the mortal realm, the combined strength of the Blood Angels would manage to banish it from the Materium on the soil of Baal Primus. As Ka'Bandha faced the Tyranids and Knights of the Blood Chapter, Mephiston and his librarians desperately toiled to escape the Bloodstone mines, whilst the devastation of Baal concluded. Yet fortune smiled upon the sons of the Angel, for the avenging son of the Emperor, Rabute Guilliman, aided in their plight by unleashing the full might of his vast Indomitas crusade. Baal had been saved, and for his part the Lord of Death had prevented its destruction. Yet if anything had been learned from his chapter's brush with extinction, he would need to grow stronger to protect his kin. Following the devastation of Baal, Mephiston ventured to the world of Morsas to continue in his search for a means to end the expanse of the Cicatrix Maledictum, the Great Rift. Rendered psychically blind by a device of unknown origin, the Lord of Death, whilst haunted by the memories of his dead past, combated the Necrons besetting the planet alongside contingents of the Imperial Guard and Skitarii of the Mechanicum Magos, Calx. The Imperium's revenant crusade, stalling to purge the tomb world of its ancient denizens, with the Avenging Sun's need for soldiers to bolster his Indomitas crusade, the remaining defenders proved insufficient to quell the Necrons. Invoking the ancient Necrontyr treaties of the Zanark tablets, the Lord of Death parleyed with the Pharaon of Morsus to stall their advance. Meanwhile, Lexicanium Antros travelled to the battle barge of the Sons of Helios Astartes chapter, in search for a means to safely harness Mephiston's power, due to the Sons of Helios' purity, despite roaming so close to the heart of the Great Rift. Teaching Antros the method of the Sleepless Mile, the young librarian learned a means to resist the enticements of the warp, methods which he hoped to relay to his superior. Unknowingly drawing from the power of chaos, with Antros' departure from the Sons of Helios' void ship, their chapter master, Dragomir, observed too late his own order's damnation. Back on Morsus, the Lord of Death uncovered the remains of the Imperial Guard forces of the Revenant Crusade within its underground tunnels and devised a strategy to infiltrate the Necron's domain. Allying with the irradiated Ogrins regarding the Blood Angels as Star Warriors, Mephiston led his band of misfits to the heart of the complex of the Khanisi dynasty. Due to Morsos' status as a crown world of the Infinite Empire, the dynasty's Pharaon had been visited by Heliomancer Zartek, who also sought to inspect the mysterious psycho-blocking device for himself. Intending to activate their so-called Orchestrion as a weapon, the device predated Necrontyr history and contained immense power. Utilizing this ancient relic for the mundane purpose as a power source, the insane Pharaon's cryptex harnessed the Orchestrion to fuel their empire, which damaged it in the process. Manipulating the Nemesis of the dynasty to usurp his master, Zartek conspired to steal the device as the Khanisi tore themselves apart. Reaching the Orchestrion, the Lord of Death confirmed it as the source of his blindness and managed to trick Zartek to allow him to harness its power. Overloading the device, Mephiston vaporized the Necron dynasty in its entirety due to its connection to its power, yet allowed for Zartek to escape. His vision restored, the Lord of Death returned to the vessel Blood Oath and conferred with Antros regarding his journey to the Sons of Helios. Lying to his master due to foreseeing portents of Mephiston's betrayal of his chapter, Antros' manipulations by the demon of Tzeentch continued to fester. His powers now returned to their full potential. Mephiston returned to Baal with petition from Lord Commander Dante. Seeking to push back the tide of Highfleet Leviathan from Imperium Nihilus, the Blood Angels roused their warriors, now reinforced and recovered from the devastation of Baal. The servants of Belisarius Cawl had been dispatched to the chapter to transcend their firstborn survivors into the forms of Primaris Space Marines. The methods used to cross the Rubicon Primaris, untested by the chapters of the Blood, Mephiston's own struggle to contain his newly restored power, proved to be the surest test to survive the procedure. Contained within a sarcophagus, as dark power oozed from his presence, Mephiston underwent the surgeries of the Primaris and began to transform through the activation of the Belisarian furnace. As his spirit watched the procedures helplessly outside his own body, Mephiston was visited by a fragment of his Primarch's essence as it showed him a vision of two angels fighting eternal within the Immaterium. One formed of gold epitomized their nobility, whilst the other, a shade of purest darkness, represented their curse. The Spectre of Ruin was winning the duel, for with each battle brother surrendered to the Black Rage, it grew stronger. And it was here that Mephiston achieved his epiphany. Offered a choice by the form of Sanguinius, Mephiston must choose to embody and burden the terrible angel to stave off their ruination, or allow for it to enslave his chapter to madness. He would be the avatar for the Angel of Purest Rage, and in harnessing and containing its tenebrosity, he would unleash its power upon the enemies of the Imperium. Exploding with psychic power, as the Blood Angels guarding his sedated body died as a result of the outpouring of energy, Commander Dante refused to give High Chaplain Asterath the Grim permission to end Mephiston's life. Containing his power with his full awakening, Mephiston had transformed into a form befitting his burgeoning power, and now as a Primaris Space Marine Psyker, laid the way for his brethren to follow in his footsteps. Lord Commander Dante, despite his age and frailty, following his injury during the devastation of Baal, endured the procedure following Mephiston's recovery as a matter of course. The Blood Angels were reborn, and their avatar of death now stood mightier than ever before, yet the quest to contain the Black Rage remained unconcluded. Embarking to the world of Sebassus within close proximity of the sundered homeworld of the Thousand Suns, the secrets of Mephiston's powers would soon be revealed. Achieving passage through the Cicatrix Maledictum via the capture and compact made with an Eldar Harlequin, the warriors of the Lord of Death utilized the Eldari Webway to reach their goal. The Primarch of the 15th Legion, Magnus the Red, sought to bring his so-called City of Light, a parody of his ruined kingdom on the planet of the Sorcerers, into real space. Hoping to broadcast a psychic signal to pass through every Psyker within the Imperium to draw them to the city, the Demon Prince Zadkael offered a means to fuel their broadcast. Having planted the seed of betrayal within Antros and orchestrating the power imbued within Mephiston from the start, his grand ploy to harness the Lord of Death's now gargantuan psychic might would prove a fitting conduit. War erupted upon Sebassus among the ranks of the Imperial Guard regiments stationed on its surface, and with the capture of such soldiers, a sect of Chaos cultists summoned Zadkael into the material realm. Arriving at Sebassus, Mephiston and his men managed to save the Loyalist Guardsmen and began his investigation of the 9 mountain peaks, which in truth were silvered tower constructs. Captured by the servants of Tzeentch as they began their ritual to sacrifice his being for their own malevolent plans, the Lord of Death split his form into 3 parts in order to foil their designs. His spirit aided his battle brothers in combat. His soul hunted Zadkael as it retreated to Soritarius, and his physical form seized the ritual stone in order to absorb its heat and slow its fueling of the ceremony. Entering the City of Light, Mephiston confronted Zadkael, now empowered through Antros' betrayal of his own master. Realizing the error of his ways, Antros unleashed his psychic power to aid in nullifying the Chaos ritual and caused the Silver Towers to be transported into the realm of Chaos. Following Zadkael's banishment to the Immaterium, Magnus the Red rewarded his failure by transforming his form into a soul imbued with the torment of an entire astropathic choir. Mephiston, through his trials, learned to master his powers to their full extent, for now he finally had the strength to shoulder the burden of his chapter's curse. For the Lord of Death is not a title attributed for mastery to end the lives of mortals, but regards his role as the twice-damned master of the phantoms of the past.
I I have escaped the curse. The tales are true. However furious the fight, the usual hunger does not haunt me. My heart no longer pounds with those terrible lusts. I have escaped the doom of our chapter. I am unfettered, free to finally prove our nobility. I have the power to avert the grim fate that hangs over us. This slow, gnawing decline. This gradual death.
What man could not do, the Emperor sent his sons to accomplish. They were an antidote to the weakness of flesh and the sin of mind that kept man from greatness. His sons he sent to bear the cost of life and death, so that man may prosper. Such a heavy burden was as poison to the blood of his sons, and so the Emperor sent his executioner to set the afflicted free.
Astorath the Grim serves as the High Chaplain of the Blood Angels during the era Indomitus. Known as the Redeemer of the Lost by his kin, Astorath bears the foreboding task of granting the Emperor's peace to those Astartes of the Blood who have surrendered to the Black Rage. Both revered and detested in equal measure by his brethren, the High Chaplain's hands are forever soaked in the blood of his brothers, with his duty to cull the Death Company of the Blood Angels. An avatar of death incarnate, his dour visage bears stark contrast with his contemporary, Lord Mephiston. Wielding the embellished executioner's axe in battle, clad in artificer armor bearing similarity to flayed skin, Astorath is a truly terrifying presence. The black wings of his jetpack, in stark contrast to the noble visage of his peers within the Sanguinary Guard, the High Chaplain descends from the heavens to grant mercy to his insane, fallen kin. Traversing the stars within his personal transport, the eminent Sanguis, Astorath slumbers within his personal sarcophagus until rising to reap his fell harvest. Targeting the necks of his chargers with a single strike of his axe, such a killing stroke is the only reliable method of ending the lives of the empowered Berserk Angels. None within the chapter feel comfortable within the presence of the High Chaplain, for his aura instills the promise that one day his axe might end their own torment. Though an integral senior officer of the Blood Angels chapter, Astorath's authority extends to all successors of the Blood as the most senior chaplain of any son of the Great Angel. Venturing far and wide across the void to grant mercy to the lost and damned souls of Sanguinius' bloodline, perversely, many suggest that Astorath's presence exacerbates the call to the rage. Attuned to sense its onset symptoms, Astorath is said to hear ominous chords within his mind, which grow stronger the closer a battle brother under his gaze descends into madness. No matter the distance, these ominous tones do not abate until Astorath's axe has claimed its victim, even should they be beyond entire star systems away. The encapsulation of a true angel of death, Astorath is fueled by limitless sorrow in his determined mission to bring peace to every angel brought low by their curse. His hidden reclusiam within the fortress monastery of the Arx Angelicum, guarded by 5 chaplains known as the Erelim. These Astartes clad in stark black armor guard the sanctuary of Astorath from any who seek to harm their master. For there are few occupations more dangerous than a chaplain of a death company, and fewer still more perilous than the executioner of the most bloodthirsty warriors of the Adeptus Astartes. The Sanguinor is a mysterious entity aiding the chapter of the Blood Angels. Embodying the image of the Blood Angels' martyred Primarch, Sanguinius, the being of unknown origin is speculated to be many unconfirmed phenomena. Studied by the chapter's librarian for millennia, following several seemingly random instances of its intervention, the Sanguinor has appeared during the most perilous and grave events of the chapter's history. Some believe it to be a physical manifestation of their Primarch's nature, an embodiment of Sanguinius' nobility, called to aid the chapter in its time of greatest need. Yet the sanguinary guard of the chapter believe the Sanguinor to be the reborn essence of their order's founder, Azkaellon, given new life by the Emperor's own divine hand. Among the most secretive texts of the chapter's history reveal Azkaellon's involvement in founding the position of Herald of Sanguinius. Selecting 10 Sanguinary Guard members to draw lots, 2 would be separated from their kin until one was drawn at random from a Grail. Brother Alatron would be selected as Sanguinius' new herald, and to maintain his anonymity, his counterpart, Horatio, submit himself to Azkaellon for execution. Searing a forge-hot artificer-crafted helmet upon Alatron's face, the searing of its golden resemblance of Sanguinius' visage into his flesh sealed his identity and fate as the Herald. No records exist pertaining to if Alatron survived the heresy of the War Master, nor what role he played in the wake of the death of his Primarch. Therefore, it is mere speculation whether the Sanguinor is indeed Alatron, or a phenomena entirely separate from the Herald of the Great Angel. Its legend so potent within the Blood Angels' collective history, the appearance of the angelic figure has incited scrutiny by the wider Imperium. The Emperor's Holy Inquisition believe it to be nothing more than a psychic construct combining the collective beliefs and desires of the Blood Angels Astartes. Some particularly skeptical scholars believe its benevolent intent to be a ruse, and in truth, the Sanguinor plots to exploit the Sons of the Angel for its own purposes. Aiding their plight only in the most dire of circumstance, and never outright routing the enemy, the Sanguinor is sparing in its aid, and never does so lightly. Yet for all these accounts, the Blood Angels have honored this mysterious figure as an integral part of their chapter's culture and traditions, with its senior officers attributing the entity to be a servant of the Master of Mankind. A glimmer of holy light in the darkest of times, the supposed avatar of Sanguinius' glory harkens times of hope and resurgence for the chapter. Aiding the Blood Angels during the fall of the Night Lord's battle barge, Terrorclaw, Carter's incident against the Orc Xenos and Khornate demons, and most importantly the defense of the Baal system against the Tyranid invasion of the Cryptus campaign. Carving swaves through the Xenos, wielding the Encarmine broadsword, the two-handed mirror of the revered Encarmine swords of the Sanguinary Guard, further strengthens their supposition that the Sanguinor is an ancient member of their host. Standing face to face with Chapter Master Dante at the conclusion of the battle, the Lord of Angels, without speaking, drew back his death mask, revealing his aged face to the holy figure. Asking the divine being if there was hope to save Baal from the great devourer, the Sanguinor uttered a single phrase: "There is yet hope." The devastation of Baal by the talons and claws of High Fleet Leviathan cost the chapter dearly. Yet with the aid of the Sanguinor, countless successors of the Ninth Legion, and the avenging son of the Emperor, Rabute Guilliman, the homeworld of Sanguinius would be spared. For even to this day, should the chapter of the Blood Angels be threatened, the Sanguinor shall rise once again to face the enemies of the Angel.
We are the warriors of the Emperor, by the blood in our veins and the heritage of the flesh. Fail here, and we betray not just yourself, but the memory of our Primarch.
Arenos Carleon serves as the first captain of the Blood Angels chapter during the era Indomitus. As leader of the veteran Archangels of the First Company, Arenos is considered the greatest battle leader of the chapter, with exception given to Lord Commander Dante. Serving the Blood Angels for over 400 years, Carleon has bested every form of heretic, Xenos and mutant that the enemies of the Imperium can deploy. Prior to his century served as an Archangel, before his appointment as first captain, Carleon earned renown during his confrontation against the Orc War of Krugdag on the world of Baristia 19. Watching his sergeant's decapitation by an Orc cannon, Arenos assumed command of his squad, and took the fight to the Speed Freaks. Trapping the Xenos using the planet's Skybridge network, Carleon exploited their lack of mobility in such an environment to capitalize on their weakness. Noticed by Commander Dante for his ingenuity, Arenos' renown continued to grow with each battle until his appointment to the Archangels and bequeathment of Terminator armor. Donning it with pride and seemingly born to wear it, Arenos' star continued to rise at the Battle of Forlorn Falls against the traitor Astartes, the Iron Warriors, and again on Evalve 13, where Carleon once more bested the Greenskins, this time of the rabble of the Shattered Fang tribe. Destroying half a dozen Space Hulks during his tenure as an Archangel, the Doom of Vorgoth, Divine Purgatory, and Twilight Aegis all were sundered whilst Carleon commanded the First Company. Coming close to perishing during his purge of the Doom of Vorgoth whilst fighting the demon of Nurgle, Necrogolem, the fetid sanctuary of pestilence and disease would be vented into space by Arenos as he watched the demon and its mock palace freeze within the void of space. Admired by his kin as among the greatest heroes of the chapter, Arenos' legendary martial skill befits his role as Dante's right hand. Trusted implicitly by Lord Commander Dante due to his tactical brilliance, his innate talent exceeds even the psycho-conditioning and training imparted routinely by the chapter. Capable of organizing effective battlefield strategies with only a mere glance at skirmish intelligence and conflict data, Carleon draws insight heavily from the Codex Astartes. Facing the Tyranids on many occasions, when clad in his relic Terminator armor, wielding the Hammer of Baal gifted by Dante with his appointment as first captain, Arenos has never faltered in his defense of Baal and its fiefdoms. Known far and wide as the Shield of Baal, Arenos continues to stave off the darkness, as it attempts in vain to claim the gloried homeworld of the Great Angel.
For every tear I have shed for my Primarch, his enemies have bled a single drop of blood. Yet still I can weep, and they can bleed.
Brother Corbulo serves as the sanguinary high priest of the Blood Angels during the era Indomitus. As the most senior apothecary of his chapter, Corbulo oversees the initiation and transformation of aspirants into Battle Brothers and the medical care of his kin. Charged with the wardenship of the holy relic of the Blood Angels, the Red Grail, the Chalice's mere presence reinvigorates his Battle Brothers during combat due to its storied use of the ritual of creation. Said to contain the blood of their slain Primarch, Sanguinius, the Red Grail is the most sacrosanct of all relics of the chapter and requires a capable guardian to protect it. Uncanny in his resemblance to their fallen Genesire, Corbulo's noble aspect and piercing eyes exemplify the purity of their bloodline. Working tirelessly to pacify the flaw in his chapter's gene seed, his efforts spanning the length and breadth of the galaxy, with aid from many peers of cousin chapters, have regardless proven fruitless. Searching for rumored ancient archaeotech from the dark age of technology, to fulfill his objectives, such artifacts have eluded the High Priest. Revered by his brethren for his wisdom and tactical insights, Corbulo shares Sanguinius' gift of the far-seeing eye. Spending his sparse free time analyzing the scrolls of Sanguinius, with the hopes of combining his Primarch's writings and his own divinations, Corbulo's precognition has been a boon for the Blood Angels. On one such occasion, during the Second War for Armageddon, Corbulo's foresight allowed for the Blood Angels to strike at their full chapter strength with incredible precision and timing in combating the Greenskins. Also preventing greater casualties during the invasion of the Baal system by the cruiser of the Greater Demon, Makar the Reborn, the Blood Angels ambushed and annihilated the vessel before its munitions could bombard the Baal system. The price of his vision causing Corbulo to become withdrawn and quiet in demeanor, the High Priest's drawn eyes and haunted expression proves ever more difficult to conceal from his brethren. In the wake of his subordinate sanguinary priest, Casus attempts to revive the lost arts of replicate cloning prior to the devastation of Baal. The manipulations of the spider of the Emperor's children, Fabius Bile, enabled Casus to create abominations known as blood fiends, driven mad by the Red First, Purging the fell clones from their ranks, Saesus' reckless actions allowed for the Clone Lord to steal a drop of Sanguinius' blood from the Red Grail to use for his own wicked experiments. Facing the Bloodfiends in combat, Corbulo cleaved them in twain with his relic chainsword, Heaven's Teeth. Witnessing the Alpha Mutant drain the blood from the Red Grail, Corbulo rallied with his chapter to protect the golden sarcophagus of their gene-sire from such desecration and helped erase the filth of the Bloodfiends from their homeworld. Foreseeing the arrival of High Fleet Leviathan prior to the devastation of Baal, Corbulo's actions allowed for the Blood Angels to prepare for the onslaught to come. Following the Blood Angels' desperate last stand on Baal, the intervention of the avenging son of the Imperium, Rabute Guilliman, enabled all chapters of the Blood to be reinforced with fresh warriors. The introduction of Primaris Space Marines into the ranks of the Blood Angels piquing Corbulo's fascination in his attempts to advance his cure for the chapter's gene flaw. The High Priest accompanies such brothers into battle to observe their abilities. Present during the assault of the Alpha Legion's Fortress of Lies upon Kovan, Corbulo at the vanguard of squads of Vindicator and Repulsor squads overwhelmed the Hydra's defenses. Goaded into protracted skirmishes, though victory would be achieved by the Blood Angels, the violent outbursts of the Primaris Space Marines in the process proved to be extreme. Disquieted that this new breed of warriors was not immune to the enticements of the Red First or Black Rage, Corbulo nonetheless continues his toil in seeking a cure. His quest to deliver his kin from the clutches of their bloodlust, forever beyond his reach. Donatos Aphael serves as a captain of the Blood Angels during the era Indomitus. As Master of the Watch and captain of the Second Company of the Blood Angels chapter, Donatos has proven to be a commander pure of mind and noble in bearing. Known as the Blooded, the Second Company among all the ranks of the chapter has the least instances of succumbing to the gene flaw of the Black Rage, in large part due to the leadership of Aphael. Earning commendations and battle honors aplenty during his tenure as captain, Donatos has survived seemingly impossible odds countless times. Despite his noble visage, Aphael harbors great suffering and torment within his soul as he struggles to contain the Red First during every battle he wages. Charging into the thick of battle to sate his bloodlust, Donatos drags his sanity from the brink of madness with each skirmish. Each instance of his surrender to his own First proving more difficult to return from, Donatos must face his inner demons with care, should he not wish to surrender completely to his cravings. Favored by Lord Commander Dante as among his most reliable companies, the Blooded are deployed to war zones of crucial importance. Repelling the invasion force of the Tau Empire during the Battle of the Grimok Sector, the Blooded fought a guerrilla war of ambushes to cull the ranks of the expansionist Xenos upstarts. Believing Aphael's forces to be in excess of their actual size, the Tau committed 5 months of campaigning in vain in their attempt to best the Blood Angels until realizing their losses to be unsustainable and retreated from the sector. Harboring an intense hatred for the Necron species during his cooperative campaign alongside the Astral Knights chapter of Astartes, their victory against the world engine of the Neocares dynasty was paid for with the valiant sacrifice of the Sons of Rogel Dawn. Demanding that a monument be made in their name for their service to the Imperium, Aphael would not allow for the chapter's extinction to be unremembered, nor their sacrifice to be unrecorded. Valuing the lives of every one of his men under his command, whether they be Astartes, labor serfs, or even Mechanicus cyborgs, Donatos fights to preserve the dutiful subjects who pledged to serve the Master of Mankind and the legacy of the Great Angel. Charismatic, capable, and compassionate to the extreme, Donatos exemplifies the most noble characteristics of the Space Marine creed. A gifted orator and savant of martial skill, despite his thirst for blood in battle, Aphael's more than century-long service to the Blood Angels chapter is revered throughout the Imperium. Humble in his analysis that whilst personal heroism is often crucial to victories in combat, Donatos regardless champions the might of well-equipped, trained, and unified soldiers. Overseeing every aspect of the Battle Brothers under his charge, Donatos ensures that both their spiritual and martial needs are met to prevent their enticement to their gene curse. believing that should he perish in battle, any number of his subordinates are capable of replacing him. Aphael's trust and confidence in his men is ironclad. Armed with the Blade of the Blooded, and wearing the blooded tabard upon his artificer power armor, Donatus Aphael's visage alone inspires hope in the eyes of any beleaguered imperial subjects who look upon him. Present during the Battle of Idolatros during the Arcs of Omen campaign, Donatus relieved Lord Commander Dante of command due to his injury at the hands of the returned demon Primarch, Angron, and prevented further casualties from being incurred. His service to this day, resolutely upholding the values of the Blood Angels, and his pursuit to embody the example of Sanguinius.
No matter how many Imperial lives our actions save, how many worlds we rescue from the clutches of monsters, and how much selfless glory we cover ourselves in from one war zone to the next, none of it changes the bleak truth that we are cursed. And when the black tide rises and drowns all that we are, does the legacy we leave behind excuse the monsters we become? Does it make our sacrifice worthwhile, as we are told? Or is it all swept away, rendered meaningless by the same bloody flood that takes our sanity? I just do not know.
Erasmus Tycho served as the captain of the Blood Angels' 3rd Company during the era Indomitus. Accepting the rank of company captain during 943.M41 during the Second War for Armageddon with the death of his predecessor, during his tenure as a sergeant, Tycho demonstrated exceptional skill as a leader. Armed with the Combine Melter, Bloodsong, capable of firing specialized Bloodshard rounds, and bludgeoning his foes with the Power Gauntlet, Dead Man's Hand, Erasmus was among the most accomplished and reliable warriors of the chapter. Routing the Orc speed freaks of war boss Graka during the war and recapturing the defensive positions of the River Chiron, Erasmus was by far the clear candidate to succeed as master of the Iron Helms. Further harrying the Greenskins by destroying their supply lines of Armageddon Prime. Despite being snared by ambushes during their campaign, the 3rd Company achieved victory. Scarred from a psychic attack by an Orc Weird Boy during such an ambush, half of Tycho's face became paralyzed into a rictus grin. Obsessed with the virtues of beauty and aesthetic taste, such a disfigurement deeply wounded Tycho's psyche, for Erasmus felt that such a fate was worse than a glorious death. Rage began to fester within Erasmus, twisting his pure heart, and ordered the chapter's artificers to craft him a golden death mask to obscure his scarred visage. With half his face concealed from pity, Erasmus began to recover his inner peace and once again led the Iron Helms as they resumed the Second War for Armageddon. Among the greatest leaders of the Blood Angels during his service, many within the ranks of the chapter believed with the passing of their ancient leader, Lord Commander Dante, Erasmus would assume the mantle of Chapter Master. Yet due to his scarring at the hands of the Orc Xenos, Tycho displayed great fervor in slaying his nemesis. With the war over, Tycho's mentality fractured once more as the finery of the Arx Angelicum of Baal reminded him of his sundered beauty. Reluctantly assigning Erasmus to permanent battle duty, Lord Commander Dante hoped that his anger might be harnessed away from their homeworld. Fueling his rage brewing deep within his soul, Tycho's tactical brilliance gave way to foolhardy and brash commands. Returning to the site of his downfall during the Third War for Armageddon of 998.M41, the now regarded Master of Sacrifice by his peers vented his frustrations against the Orcs. Aiding in the defense of Hive Tempestora, Tycho fell victim to the Black Rage and, overcome with visions of his Primarch's death, struck down several innocents, and as such, he and a number of his similarly afflicted men were appointed to the Death Company. At the spear tip of the newly formed Death Company of the Iron Helms, Erasmus unleashed carnage upon the Orc-held positions of Hive Tempestora, imbued with the martial skill of the Great Angel. Sustaining several deadly wounds during his surrender to the Rage, Tycho's golden mask hung from his face from where it had been torn. Openly displaying his savage disfigurement for all his enemies to see, Erasmus charged into the orc hordes before being overrun. His final charge into the fray, allowing for the Blood Angels and Astra Militarum to reclaim the bastions of Tempestora, and with his death, Tycho's body would be laid to rest by Chaplain Lamates. His corpse recovered by the chapter and returned to the sanctity of Baal. It is said that miraculously, during his funeral rites, no marks of disfigurement could be found by the chapter's apothecarian. The fallen star of the Third Company died with glory, yet serves as a stark lesson to his brothers. No matter the prestige of any warrior of the blood, the surrender to madness and fury is beyond no one. Yet even for these pitiable wretches, redemption is achievable, should their last actions be made in the name of the great angel and the preservation of humanity.
What have I done? Archaeo rasped, holding his brother's glaive. I have broken every compact and promise. I have turned my back on what I am and embraced the void. He shuddered and wailed. O Lord Emperor, I have betrayed all I hold dear.
His hate rage ebbing, Rathan found only one answer in the echoing chasm of his heart. Yes. The humming of the spear gently rose and fell in the fading rhythm of Archaeo's secondary heart. Each peak and trough grew longer as life ebbed from him into the stones and the rain.
I was weak, he managed. I thought I could protect myself from this.
He gestured feebly, and his wings jerked in response.
From falling from the path. My arrogance. I believed I was. Believed it.
I am sorry, Archaeo, Rathan said, silent tears falling from his eyes, drawing lines and dark smears of blood and soot on his cheeks. I am sorry I was not there to stand with you, turn you from this corruption.
No,
Archaeo whispered.
You share no burden with me, kinsman. I will bear this stigma.
He shivered, a drool of blood escaping from his lips.
My error. I was weak.
Archaeo, no. You were human. He forced a wan smile.
Fear not, Rathan. This is our fate. Both of us saw it.
Rathan gasped. You knew this would be by my hand?
Yes, and so it was.
His ruined fingers crossed Rathan's chest plate and touched his brother's cheek.
You weep for me? That is all I ask, kinsman. The Emperor will damn me for my folly, and I accept that without question, but you, I ask you to forgive me. I recant, Rathan. Please, forgive me, brother.
I forgive you, Archaeo. On our father's grave I swear it. Archaeo gave a shallow, final nod of thanks.
That is mercy enough.
His eyes fluttered closed, and the spear fell silent. The Adeptus Astartes uphold the greatest virtues of humanity through deeds made to preserve its legacy. Honor, nobility, and sacrifice among the most venerated traits. Though all aspire to earn glory in the name of their chapter, some are destined to tread a path more unconventional and dark in nature. For today, we shall elucidate a true son of the great angel, whose story epitomizes the struggle inherent within his warrior creed. The confidant of the Lord of Death and protege of Lord Commander Dante, Sergeant Rathan. Born on the soil of Sanguinius' homeworld, Baal Secundus, upon the second moon of their celestial body, two boys grew with dreams of becoming angels. The war chief of Axan of the Broken Mesa clan had sired two sons who in his mind would one day inherit his leadership of the tribe Yet the boys would not be deterred from their true goal. Rathan, the oldest son, alongside his younger brother, Archeo, ventured to the place of Primarch Sanguinius' discovery, Angel's Fall. Alongside groups of initiates, the two boys sought to impress the Angels of Death who watched over their trials, with the most senior of which being the brother sergeant of the Blood Angels' 5th Company, Chorus. Fighting their rivals with short swords, lances and other primitive weapons, the aspirants began to whittle down the unworthy from the choosing. The two boys fought well, as was befitting sons of a war chief, yet Chorus would find Rathan wanting. Arrogant and prideful in his dealings, the oldest brother fought alone and chose not to cooperate with his peers. Challenged by Chorus to defeat his unarmored form in battle, in exchange for his ascension as a Blood Angel, Rathan foolishly heeded the blatant trap of the veteran of 100 wars. Failing to best Chorus in the test, Rathan was ordered to leave in failure, stating that, "A man fights alone, he dies alone. That is the way of it." Embarking back to his homeland, Rathan hoped to perish within the sand wastes of his journey, for while his brother Archeo would ascend as an angel, his return would be a disgrace to his father. The firebrand was reckless and of no use to the tribe should he return, yet during his pilgrimage of the desert, a vision of a glorious angel would visit him. Seeing what he perceived as the visage of the great angel guiding him from his fate to die in the wastes, Rathan would stumble upon a downed Thunderhawk gunship. The aspirants had crashed within a nesting ground during a storm, with Chorus laying unconscious as the successful aspirant stood alone to face the terrible predators of Baal Secundus, the Fire Scorpions. Rallying the boys to slay the Fire Scorpions, alongside his brother and the boys known as Toph and Sakail, they would fight. Slaughtering the queen of the Fire Scorpions, the thralls under its command retreated as Chorus awoke and looked upon the boy who had saved his own life and those of his charges. Learned from Chorus's prior words, the veteran remarked that Rathan the Ready had redeemed himself in the eyes of those that remained. Returning to the fortress monastery of the Arx Angelicum, Rathan and Archeo were sealed within sarcophagus and underwent their transformation into Astartes. Awakening a year later, their forms were now alien to them as their muscles had burgeoned and stature heightened. Together the sons of Axon had beaten the odds, for they were Angels of Death now. Yet Rathan would never forget his pledge to his father that he would forever watch over his younger brother, first made following his mother's death during her labor of Archeo. A promise he would uphold as best he could, not knowing the actions he would one day be forced to commit. Among the relics and armaments of the Adeptus Astartes, none compare to the weapons wielded by their own gene-sires. Forged by their own hands, many have achieved legends that exceed those of the most respected Astartes. Yet among such weapons a rare few were created personally by the Master of Mankind, and gifted to those of his sons who required such accoutrements to face the darkness. The Soul Spear, Frostblade Mjolnir, and even the Black Sword of the Templars all had fables penning their legacies, and among such weapons one was bequeathed to the Great Angel. A weapon crafted of finest gold and tipped with a pearlescent blade, the Spear of Telesto. Gene activated to only those of the bloodline of Sanguinius, this relic of the Imperium's ancient history had been lost for eons until its discovery by an agent of the Emperor's Holy Inquisition. Inquisitor Ramius Steele of the Ordo Hereticus had long aided the Chapter of the Blood in times of campaign and crisis, yet in his clandestine ventures found the ancient weapon in the desecrating hands of the Orc Xenos. Retrieving the weapon from its unworthy looters, Steele would return the relic to the Blood Angels during their campaign on the world of Cybele. Rathan and his mentor Chorus fought upon the Cemetery world against the Wordbearers Legion under strict orders from Commander Dante to hold their position. Their captain Simeon had perished, yet under Chorus's watchful gaze, the Blood Angels fought to prevent further desecration of the holy soil by the hands of the Dark Apostle, Iskavan the Hated. However, with the return of the Spear of Telesto to the Blood Angels, a miraculous interaction would shake the chapter to its core. chosen by Inquisitor Steele to guard the Spear of Telesto as a stalwart ally of his contingent's recent cooperation, Brother Archeo did touch the relic, and within the sanctuary of their battle barge, Belus, holy light did emit from its golden form. The brothers of the 5th Company watched as Archeo exhibited the visage of his Primarch, his essence infused within his body as the Spear of Telesto activated at his touch. Having repelled the word-bearers from Cybele, Inquisitor Steele beseeched Archeo and the sanguinary priest, Sakael, to enact retribution against the fleeing sons of Lorgar. Despite their orders from Commander Dante, the Blood Angels under the command of Captain Ideon had been inspired by the Reborn Angel's form and resolved to pursue Iskavan, the Hated. Traveling to the world of Shenlong, the Blood Angels prepared to face the hated 17th Legion, yet within their own ranks, knew not the intent of their duplicitous Inquisition ally. Veteran Sergeant Chorus had long been skeptical of any circumstance which might be described as idyllic. Struggle and toil had long jaded his countenance, and at the sight of Archeo's seeming transcendence as the reborn angel, Chorus could not let the rejection of their orders to Commander Dante stand. Confronting Inquisitor Steele within his personal quarters, alongside his most trusted battle brothers, Chorus questioned the intent of the agent of the Ordo Hereticus. Offered goblets of wine as a show of friendship, Chorus would make the fatal mistake of allowing Steele to play on his virtue of honor and formality. Within hours, Chorus and his men fell prey to the thrall of the Black Rage, and with their appointment to the Death Company, Brother Rathan could not help but sense foul play within their midst. Deployed to the surface of Shenlong, the Blood Angels laid waste to the Word-Bearers, with Chorus and his Death Company leading the charge into the fray under the command of Chaplain Delos. Facing a hell-brute in battle, Chorus would give his life in service to the Imperium as he incurred a mortal wound against the millennia-old affront to creation. Archeo took to the field, wielding the Spear of Telesto, and as its golden light cast upon the battlefield, those not of the bloodline of Sanguinius who were touched by its luminous caress were turned to ash. As battle ebbed, and the Blood Angels routed the remaining Word-Bearers, Rathan watched over his mentor during his last moments of life. Clear-headed, Chorus warned Rathan that they had been betrayed, and that Inquisitor Steele was the cause of his surrender to the Black Rage. Breaching the protocol of command and the sanctity of the dead, Rathan utilized Chorus's armor communication system to forward a message to Commander Dante on Baal. The message detailing the recovery of the Spear of Telesto and miraculous events of Archeo's ascension, Chorus's championing of trusting one's own instincts would not be lost on Rathan. Yet the machinations of Steele had already begun, and the providence he now bore clearly as the ascended chosen of Sanguinius protected Steele from scrutiny. The Word-Bearers had been driven back, yet the citizens of Shenlong now abased themselves to their new rulers. Looking upon Archeo as a divine being, the Shenlongi people created idols and stitched symbols of the Spear of Telesto to be worn upon their clothing, a custom which even the Astartes would adopt. Rathan looked upon his battle brothers with dismay as symbols of their chapter were replaced with those giving praise and reverence to his brother, as even the holy iconography of the Emperor was cast down by all upon the world. Knowing in his heart that a deception lay at the heart of this most debased heresy, Rathan attempted to sway his brother to the path of humility and duty to their chapter. Spurned by Inquisitor Steele and the sanguinary priest Sakael, with his mentor Chorus's words still echoing in his mind, the eldest son of Axon would not allow such hubris to spread. Archeo saw to the creation of a legion of mortals drawn from the populace of Shenlong, and within weeks, 1,000 men would comprise the warriors of the Reborn. Seeking to confront Commander Dante at the head of followers from every successor chapter of the Blood at his banner, Archeo resolved to usurp the Lord of Angels and assume command of a united Blood Angel Legion. They would march united to the Maelstrom and enact their blood crusade to purge chaos from the void. With Archeo enshrined as Sanguinius Reborn, none would oppose the will of the venerated sons of the Great Angel. Recanting his oath to serve Archaeo the Blessed, Raven beseeched the Emperor for guidance and began his plan to sunder this upstart cult. With the message of Raven finally relayed to Baal, Commander Dante and his stalwart advisor, Mephiston, would dispatch a promising psyker, Epistolary Vode, to ascertain the truth behind the rumors of the Angel Reborn. Meeting with Vode and Captain Galeo upon their vessel, Amareo, Raven would warn the investigators of the strange transformation of his kin into zealous idolaters. Confronting Archaeo upon the surface of Shenlong, Vode would instantly perceive the Mark of Chaos with his witch sight and attack the Blessed. Bolstered by the unseen hand of Inquisitor Steel, the Blood Angels of the Reborn killed every member of Captain Galeo's team before destroying the Amareo in orbit. Raven's chant to prevent blood being spilled among his brethren had ended in calamity, yet he would not allow for the corruption of his chapter to continue unopposed. As the hand of the greater demon of Tzeentch, Malphalax continued to spin its web of deceit through his chosen herald, Steel, Archaeo would be blinded by the promise of his ascension. His company too pious in their veneration of their Primarch, no matter should his image be made in vain, they too followed Archaeo the Blessed on a war footing against their loyalist chapter opposition. With the death of Librarian Vode, the Lord of Death, Mephiston, felt the loss of his favored pupil and resolved to end further bloodshed personally. Hailed by sanguinary priest Sakael to meet with Archaeo on the abandoned monument world of Sabian, this barren world, once the site of a great Blood Angels battle, would see to the end of the conflict one way or another. As Raven escaped his peers and went into hiding, he would disguise himself until the moment to strike would present itself. Confronting Mephiston and his assembled contingent army upon Sabian, Archaeo the Blessed professed his divinity to the Lord of Death. Disgusted at the blatant aura of the Changer of Ways clinging to this false messiah, alike to a cancer, Mephiston demanded a trial by combat to end the charade. Yet as Mephiston drew his venerated force sword, Vitarus, one man would demand to face Archaeo in his stead. Raven emerged from the assembled ranks of Archaeo's men, for he alone would face his brother in combat. Seeing within this Astartes the immovable destiny that he must face his brother in combat, Mephiston allowed for the brothers to duel. As the assembled Astartes and the warriors of the Reborn watched, brothers in blood and war crossed blades. Drawing Archaeo's blood in the duel, the sight of their chosen harbinger of change brought low by a mere man caused the faith of his men to falter. Sanguinary priest Sakael realized the error of his ways and attempted to confront Inquisitor Steel, yet the pawn of Tzeentch's psychic might would melt his body from within his ceramite. Decrying the death of Sakael to be the work of Lord Mephiston, a bloody battle would erupt upon Sabian. Ambushed by the Word-bearers under the command of their Warmaster and co-conspirator of Malphalax, Garand, the loyalist Blood Angels rallied to defend themselves. As war raged upon the scarred soil of Sabian, Raven and Archaeo continued to fight, yet slowly the Blessed's flesh began to mutate. The restrained seed of Tzeentch began to spread, and in his unwillingness to show his corruption to those who followed him, Archaeo fled the field. Given a jump pack to pursue his winged opponent far from the heart of the battle, Mephiston commanded Raven to finish his task. Dueling Archaeo once more as the Spear of Telesto began to detect the Mark of Chaos within the Reborn Angel, the relic rejected the hand that wielded it. Searing the flesh of Archaeo's palm as it fell from his grip, the spear struck the earth of Sabian and planted itself in its soil, spear tip pointed to the heavens. As the fuel in his jump pack drained close to empty, the enraged Rafen, elder son of Axon, cast down the abhorrent and mutilated form that had once been his brother. As the reborn angel fell from the heavens, the Spear of Telesto shifted to allow its tip to meet the heart of Archaeo as his body plunged through its haft. Reuniting with the soil once more, Rafen held his brother close as the light began to fade from his eyes. Clear-headed and fully aware of his error, Archaeo knew he would be damned by the Emperor, and only wished for his brother's forgiveness. Recanting his trespasses against the Imperium, Archeo died knowing his brother would end the madness of Malphalax and the Inquisitor Steel. Knowing the avatar of their plot to be slain, Malphalax used Inquisitor Steel's body as the host of its foul corruption and enabled a new plan to the thrall of chaos. Triggering the black rage within the warriors of Mephiston's contingent, the Lord of Death would once more surrender to the rage, and if left unchecked, would cause untold destruction upon his chapter. Returning to the fray, wielding the Spear of Telesto, Rathan banished the form of Malphalax and unleashed its divine power to cast the Black Rage from the minds of the Blood Angels. The Monarch of Spite and Hierophant of Vicissitude, Malphalax was gone. Steel and his conspirators were dead, and the Wordbearers and Warriors of the Reborn would be cut down to a man by the restored Blood Angels. Sergeant Rathan had succeeded in stemming the tide of the corruption within his chapter, and even saved the life of the Lord of Death. For though Rathan could never keep his promise to his father to protect his younger sibling, Mephiston saw in him the spark of a pupil worthy of his guidance. Having briefly awakened the Spear of Telesto during the battle, Rathan would return the relic to its rightful place on Baal, and for his service be offered the opportunity to assume the rank of captain to replace the position of Galeo. Yet Rathan would reject such an offer from the Lord of Angels, for he had resolved to earn his position through deeds rather than circumstance. In the wake of the Blood Angel Civil War, the chapter stood on the precipice of extinction. Many had perished, and looming in the distance a threat capable of sundering their very homeworld began to muster power in readiness to wash over Baal like a drowning tide. Unwilling to allow the legacy of the Ninth to perish, Commander Dante required a means to restore the chapter's numbers with haste. Accelerated recruitment alone would not be enough, and so Dante tasked several envoys of his chapter to meet with the successors of the Blood with requests to return to the Baal system. Rathan, for his peerless service, was trusted with the most perilous and fractious chapter to entreat, the Flesh Terrors. Long alienated by their peers, the sons of Nisir Amit had already brushed with the dissolvement of their chapter on several occasions, and now stood with only enough Astartes to field 4 battle companies. Already having proven himself to the judgment of the Redeemer of the Lost, Astaroth the Grim, following his return to the Blood Angels chapter, Rathan the Ready was the ideal candidate to sway the Flesh Terrors, as among the few to stay the executioner's axe of the Blood Angels High Chaplain. Meeting with the Flesh Terrors during their own campaign of compliance on the world of Eretane, little would Rathan know the extent to which his first contact of the chapter would soon form an unsteady yet resolute alliance. Veteran Sergeant Knox, a hard man with no flair for artistry, manners, nor protocol, initially refused to allow the Blood Angels to meet with his master. Yet with the continued stubborn refusal to rise to his barbed taunts, Rathan would endure the slights made to his chapter's name. In audience with the Guardian of Rage, Gabriel Seth, Rathan relayed the orders of Commander Dante for the Flesh Terrors to convene within the Baal system. Begrudgingly answering the call of the Lord of Angels, it would not be long before Gabriel sought to undermine his primogenitor chapter. Among all assembled chapter masters of the Blood, Dante beseeched his kin to tithe a number of their own men to reinforce the Blood Angels chapter. As tensions rose and arguments spiraled out of control, a member of the Ninth's Apothecaries would submit a means to restore their ranks without the need for tithes. Through cloning technologies, Apothecary Caestus would employ a mysterious Adeptus Mechanicus acolyte, Haran Serpens, to unlock the mysteries first attempted by the Raven Guard Legion during the dark days of the Horus Heresy. Though refused such sanction, Caestus toiled to create his new breed of Astartes, and unwillingly allowed for a spider to enter his laboratory. Succeeding in crafting such a being, Caestus brought the creature to the Conclave for analysis. Requiring an example of its strength, Sergeant Rathan and Veteran Sergeant Knox would fight side by side to test the mettle of this Blood Angel's copy. Within the gladiatorial pit of the Arx Angelicum, the two Astartes quickly learned that this new warrior was indeed a potent enemy. Yet as the battle prolonged, rampant mutation overtook the body of the clone. Ending its miserable existence, Caestus would be shunned for his actions, yet hear the whispers of Haran Serpens that a solution was viable. Requiring a drop of the pure blood of Sanguinius, housed within the most precious relic of the chapter, the Red Grail, Caestus would steal the blood of the great angel and begin his new batch of foul creations. Betrayed by Harpens, as he revealed his true identity to be that of the chief apothecary of the Emperor's children, Fabius Bile, the spider unleashed the so-called blood fiends upon Baal as he retreated with his prized sample of Vitae. As the mutants gorged themselves on the blood of the slain blood angels, their thirst for more of the great angel's blood would see them desecrate the Red Grail and continue to mutate by consuming its rare power. Realizing the logical conclusion of their rabid foes, Dante, Gabriel Seth, Mephiston, and High Priest Corbulo rallied as many men as possible to defend the holy sarcophagus of Sanguinius. Rathan alongside the Lord of Death would stand vigil at the threshold of their Primarch's tomb, and with time face the mutated abomination of the Blood Fiends, the Alpha. Defending the sarcophagus under the frescoes of ancient legends such as First Captain Raldoron, Rathan the Ready slew the Alpha Blood Fiend after driving the inert blade of Lord Mephiston, Vitarus, through its hearts. The great angel's burial site had been defended, yet now the chapter had suffered even further losses and the most heinous of desecrations. Agreeing to tithe a portion of their chapters to aid in their reconstitution, the successors of the Blood truly understood the price to which the primogenitor had paid as the vanguard of the holy site of Baal and the ever-present threats of the galaxy. Yet such a blatant theft of among their most prized possessions would not go unpunished, and as such, Commander Dante would task Rathan with a mission of utmost importance. In the wake of the desecration caused by the self-styled primogenitor, vengeance would be the only viable response. Commander Dante and Mephiston were required to tend to the wounds incurred on Baal, yet dispatched Sergeant Rathan alongside a contingent of Gabriel Seth's flesh terrors to hunt down the spider of the 3rd Legion. Venturing to the world of Dynacast 5, the planet swarming with Tyranids bereft of a hive mind to control their insatiable hunger, had doomed the Xenos to repeat the cycle of starvation and cannibalism until their genetic code would disintegrate due to insufficient and mutated biomass. Yet there within the sea of talons and razor-sharp teeth, a facility stood with no trace of Xenos presence. Within the massive laboratory, the Clone Lord toiled alongside his lieutenant, Chain, experimenting on captured Astartes of all manner of chapters. Icons such as the Salamanders, Taurons, Crimson Fists, Raven Guard and Tiger's Argent all were visible upon the prisoner's skin, yet all had watched 100 escape attempts, which each in turn had ended in death. Infiltrating the facility alone, Rathan would be captured and stripped of his armor and weapons. Observing the fate of his unfortunate kin who had been imprisoned for as long as a decade under the Chirurgeon's knife, the blind Longfang of the Space Wolves, Nurhern Vetcher, would explain their defeatist fate. Unwilling to allow the prison of his circumstance to overshadow his duty, Rathan began to plot his escape from the facility, knowing his Flesh Terror and Blood Angel's kin were still hidden and waiting in orbit upon their ship, Nemos. Brought before Chain, the androgynous lab assistant implanted a Tyranid larvae into Rathan's chest, alike to all the Astartes held captive. Spliced with chaos sorcery to allow bile to overwhelm the pain receptors of those implanted, Rathan recoiled in horror as the creature nestled deep within his breast, for should he attempt to remove the larvae, it would release poisons into his bloodstream, which would surely end him. Fabius had attempted to create a new breed of space marines dubbed Astartes Nova Superior, such as Chain, yet revealed to Rathan his ultimate ambition to use the blood of Sanguinius to aid in creating a perfect and compliant clone of the Emperor himself. Breaking free from his constraints, the heresy of such an utterance fueled Rathan's anger to bite at Bile's neck and tear his throat out. Subdued by Chain, Rathan would awaken days later among his peers, and soon after be forced to fight within a gladiatorial arena against his cousin Astartes. Observing with horror that Bile somehow still lived as he watched the sport playing out before him, Rathan would not allow this opportunity for freedom to slip through his grasp. Facing the Doom Eagle, Tarachus in a duel, with rusted and worn armaments, the two would strike back against their oppressors. Managing to reach Chain as Bile retreated from the uprising, the Space Wolf Fetcher slew the Nova Superior, yet would be poisoned by the creature's blade. Freeing the other prisoners, Keelan of the Raven Guard, Nisos of the Taurens, and Lyco of the Crimson Fists, each joined the band of warriors and fought their way to the Clone Lord's personal quarters. Finding a strange Tyranid zoanthrope covered in surgery scars, the Astartes had found the means to which Bile had controlled the larvae mutants and staved off the Tyranid hordes outside the prison. As the creature bowed its head, gesturing for the Astartes to end its life, a bolt round to the head from Rathan's pistol would cause the maggot larvae inside their chests to recoil. Each in turn burrowed to the surface, screaming and disintegrating, and as Rathan wrenched the creature from his flesh, it perished in his hand. Freed from their implanted abominations, the Astartes cornered Fabius Bile, and with a well-placed round of Rathan's bolt pistol, turned the Clone Lord's head into red mist. Injured during the confrontation, the Long Fang had been wounded by the Zyklos Needer of the Mad Scientist, and in his dying moments asked Rathan to tell his chapter that he saw his enemy die before being slain. Though as the Astartes looked upon their fell work as the last breath of Nurhan Vetcher left him, 2 more copies of the Spider appeared. The Flesh Tearers and Blood Angels under the command of Sergeant Nox fought their way to Rathan's position. Communicating via the librarian Ceres, the Warriors of the Blood would fend off the encroaching Xenos rabble and managed to reinforce Keelan of the Raven Guard and Tarachus of the Doom Eagles. The remaining advance party of beleaguered Space Marines fought the twin Clone Lords, unwilling to allow him to escape justice. Struck by Fabius Bile's fell weapon, the Rod of Torment, Rathan and Lyco experienced the purest and most potent pain they would ever experience, yet with a well-timed tackle, Rathan would end the Spider again by toppling his body into a fluid tank of cryogenics. The remaining copy looked upon the broken and disgusting chirurgeon backpack as it sat immobile upon the torn body of the Tauron Nisos. Attempting to escape, Rathan and Lyco pursued the final remaining form of Fabius Bile to his trophy room. Finding no trace of Bile, Rathan beheld within the rows of weapons and relics a familiar sight, a full set of Blood Angel's armor. Struck by its power fist, Rathan realized too late that Bile was inside the suit, and surmised that the Spider intended to use the armor's identifier markers to allow the Neimos to teleport him within its decks. Following Bile to the roof of the complex, Lyco of the Crimson Fist sacrificed his life to allow for Rathan an opening to attack. Managing to take the stolen blood of Sanguinius from Bile, Rathan knew that unarmored and weaponless, he stood little chance of survival. And so it was that Rathan injected the pure vitae of his Primarch into his heart, and in doing so, was imbued with a portion of the great angel's unimaginable power. Striking at Bile's pilfered armor with just his bare hands, Rathan managed to pummel his stolen helmet into his face, shattering visor glass and ceramite until it pierced the eyes of the Spider. Taking Fabius's teleporter beacon from his possession, Rathan cast the Spider from the peak of the tower into the swarming Tyranids below, for if the fall did not kill him, the innumerable rabid filth would make short work of what survived. Returning to his chapter with the aid of Nox, the Astartes of the Blood, and the surviving band of warriors from the prison, Rathan escaped from Deinachus 5, having achieved vengeance for his chapter fourfold. Yet far away in the dark corners of the galaxy, the true Primogenitor continued his malevolent and terrible experiments, and he would not forget the slight made by the Blood Angels this day. Within Rathan coursed the pure blood of Sanguinius, and in his venture to slay the Clone Lord, he had dealt a blow to the maniacal scientist of chaos. Yet as High Sanguinary Priest Corbulo watched over his returned kin, many would wonder what to do with this vessel of the blood. Death Company Chaplain Lamates demanded that Rathan be slain and the blood of their Primarch be returned to the Red Grail with haste. Yet Corbulo had envisioned another means to drain the pure vitae from his body without harming the stalwart sergeant. Within the chapter's precious hall of sarcophagi, Corbulo sealed him within the coffin known as the Touch of Sanguine Dawn. Predating the days of the Horus Heresy in its construction, this casket would allow for the chapter to safely drain the blood of Sanguinius from Rathan, whilst maintaining his own life support needs. Said to have been carried into battle during the Great Crusade, to aid in the recovery of wounded Astartes, the sarcophagus would be a fitting means to heal Rathan's body as it struggled to contain such raw power within his veins. Observed by the Lord of Death, Mephiston, as he slumbered, Rathan endured a spiritual trial. Fighting within a realm of unknown providence against shadowy figures, Rathan would find upon another Astartes of the Blood Angels, who bore peculiar and ancient markings on his warplate. Calling himself Meros, the apothecary of the supposed Ninth Legion had been injured by Drukhari raiders and himself been interred within the Touch of Sanguine Dawn, millennia prior to heal his wounds. Finding themselves to be capable of slaying the spectral figures if they worked together, Rathan would soon realize that he too had long known the name Meros intimately. The gene seed that he bore had been passed down to generations of the Blood Angels, and Rathan had remembered each venerated name who had bore it within their flesh. He fought alongside his ancient forebear within this miasma of shadows, and under the watchful gaze of the being known as the Sanguinor, the two staved off their inner demons. Returning to the material realm, healed from his trials and separated from the blood of the great angel, the Red Grail would be restored to its former glory. Speaking with Mephiston and learning that he truly was vindicated through his actions, Rathan mused as to the meaning of his interaction with the long-dead martyr of the Blood Angels Legion. Returning to his chapter for his next assignment, Rathan the Ready continues to fight for his kin and the legacy of the great angel to this day. For under the stewardship of the Lord of Death, and ever faithful to the will of the Lord Commander, Rathan shall stand defiant against the darkness and its untold trials.
"Blood Angels," he cried, "Sons of Baal, hear me. The lie has been dispelled, our twisted fate undone. Know this, brothers, we have been betrayed."
The conflict raged on, but Rathan's voice still reached every corner of the fight, even the Helots and the enemy turning to cast an ear toward him.
"All of us hold the blood of Sanguinius inside our hearts," Rathan called. "Every man of us is the pure one in some small corner of his soul. But our primogenitor, our lord and founder, he lies dead."
The word thundered across the sky.
"Sanguinius is ashes, millennia gone, no bones, no heart, only blood. Sanguinius died at the hands of hated Horus, perished at the blade of chaos."
Angry howls bubbled up from the throats of all the Blood Angels. To a man, all of them stirred to violence by the stark truth of Rathan's statement.
"And now the archfoe seeks to turn us all, to drag us to their blasphemy by a false idol."
He held up Archeo's body, high above the throng.
"See, look what has been done. My blood kinsman, mutated and warped by the hands of a traitor."
Rathan's voice was choked with emotion.
"They made us believe, but he was corrupted, poisoned by the pawn of steel. The demon that walks among you did this, so we would follow blindly into the abyss."
A chorus of denial came up to Rathan on the wind, anguished refusal from his men who now saw the lie they had granted fealty to.
"See the truth!" Rathan screamed. "See my brother fall!"
He tipped Archeo's corpse over the edge and let gravity take the winged body from him. In a moment of terrible silence, Only the rain spoke as the dead man tumbled end over end, ruined wings flapping, to land in a broken heap on the cathedral steps. "Archaeo is dead," came the cry from the tower. "My brother perished for this mendacity, and it dies with him." Rathan drew the spear of Telesto and let the weapon's golden light haze the sky around him. "By the Holy Lance, reject your flawed allegiance to Archaeo, and remember the true lord, Sanguinius." He pointed the weapon into the melee and felt it turn hot with willing power. "See the foe among you, and destroy them." Archaeo served as a member of the Blood Angels chapter during the 41st millennium. The biological brother of Sergeant Rathan, their sibling rivalry drove the two apart in order for both to thrive as sons of the Angel. Assigned to the battle barge, Belos, by Chapter Master Dante, Archaeo and his kindred ventured into the void for a solar decade, seeking to retrieve the lost Archaeotech weapon of their Primarch, the Spear of Telesto. Locating the weapon on the world of Evangelion, with aid from the Puritan Inquisitor, Ramius Steele, the Blood Angels wrestled the artifact from the ignorant Greenskins. Promoted to the ranks of their honor guard by sanguinary priest Sakael, little would Archaeo know that his ascension was part of Inquisitor Steele's plot to manipulate the Blood Angels into serving the Changer of Ways, Tzeentch, implanting a wolf-spawned mutagen into the spinal column of Archaeo, which would slowly transform his visage to replicate that of the Great Angel. Upon the cemetery world of Cybele, the blood siblings of Baal would once again reunite. Facing the Wordbearer's threat, led by Iskavan the Hated, alongside Rathan, Archaeo's daring infiltration of the world's spaceport allowed for its guns to sunder the orbiting Grand Cruiser, Ogre-Lord. Saving the life of Sakael from demonic forces, with the Blood Angels' return to the Belos, Inquisitor Steele offered Archaeo the chance to hold the inert Spear of Telesto, its activation at the touch of Archaeo, spilling glorious golden light within the confines of the chamber. Heralding Archaeo as Sanguinius reborn, Rathan watched his brother bask in the adoration of his kin, yet could not share in their amazement of what those present would regard as Archaeo the Blessed. Redeployed to the world of Shenlong as they harried the Wordbearer's forces, Rathan's mentor, Sergeant Chorus, fell to the Black Rage, following an audience with Inquisitor Steele, forewarning Rathan that the Blood Angels were being manipulated before succumbing to wounds incurred in battle. Vaporizing the Wordbearers by unleashing the light of the Spear of Telesto, the Blood Angels beheld Archaeo's miraculous mastery of their Genesire's weapon as they stood unwounded from its purging light. Resolute in their belief that Archaeo was indeed the reborn avatar of Sanguinius, Rathan watched as the people of Shenlong began to abandon icons of the Emperor in deference to the spear of Archaeo the Blessed. Forging a suit of golden armor for the reborn angel, a rift began within the Blood Angels as the symbol of Dante's sacrosanct order of Seraphs drew the line of heresy for some who bore witness to its construction. Instilling a suicidal zealousness within the populace of Shenlong, the Dark Apostles hiding within the tunnels of the planet confronted the Blood Angels as mayhem erupted. Culling the traitors before assuming governorship of the planet, Archaeo raised an army in his name, known as the Warriors of the Reborn, an action which signaled to Rathan that his brother had now crossed into the realms of madness. Dispatching word to Lord Commander Dante that Archaeo intended to enact a blood crusade to reunite his chapter under his own banner, the subsequent investigation, conducted by Epistolary Vode and Captain Galio, began infighting within the chapter. Cutting down their brethren as Vode saw within Archaeo the tendrils of Tzeentch, the enraptured Blood Angels turned their guns on Rathan as he attempted to flee the planet. Sending word to Baal that Dante must meet with Archaeo on the shrine world of Sabian to surrender control of the Blood Angels to him, the Lord Commander assigned Chief Librarian Mephiston to meet in his stead. As Rathan escaped, mutations began to change Archaeo's body, seeing visions of his death at the hands of his brother as wings sprouted from his back and the Spear of Telesto rejected his presence. Meeting with Archaeo upon the shrine world of Sabian, Mephiston judged Archaeo to be a pretender controlled by the heretic Inquisitor Steele, and demanded a trial by combat as demanded by the outlines of the Blood Angels' tome, the Book of Lords.
Revealing himself from his disguise within the crowd of Blood Angels, Sergeant Rathan requested he face his brother in the duel, his offer granted by the Lord of Death as he witnessed the clash of siblings. Imbued with superhuman strength and the ability to fly, Archaeo nonetheless faltered against the martial skill of Rathan, as his attempts to use the Spear of Telesto to destroy him failed. The spear incapable of harming a true son of Sanguinius with its light, Archaeo wrestled Rathan in the air, his wing cut off before hurling his brother to the ground. As Archaeo fled, the Blood Angels gunned one another down. Mephiston's psychic powers blamed for the source of the outburst of chaos by Steel, as word-bearers descended upon their position. Warning Rathan that failure to slay his brother promptly would require orbital bombardment of the Shrine World, Mephiston ordered the Sergeant to end the madness of the Blood Angel civil war. Given a jump pack to reach Archaeo on an equal footing, Rathan fought his brother above the ruins of an ancient cathedral before Archaeo cast down the unresponsive spear. Resting tip upward, by divine will of the Emperor or mere chance, Rathan struck his combat knife into Archaeo, causing him to fall before being impaled by the spear. Begging his sibling for forgiveness as the life fled from his body, Rathan laid to rest his brother and showed his kinsmen the folly of their actions. Victorious over the ruinous powers, Rathan constructed a funeral pyre for Archaeo as a matter of the rituals of purgation, refusing the honor of captaincy of the 6th Company and requesting to give clemency for his kinsmen's actions. The legacy of Archaeo, that of a naive upstart, brought low by hubris and ambition.
I fall into the vision. The burning blood fades. The world reshapes itself into the half of a battle barge. We seek the great enemy, and it is only here that we will find him. Walls of stone and blasphemous iconography rise above me. I see the enemy. I see Horus. I am racked by burning pain. There is why. Horus has slain the angel. Brothers, I cry, avenge our father. As one, we streak towards Horus. The weakened portion of my mind that knows this is delusion cries out to me. I have found the enemy, but I cannot fight him through a lie. The wrench is massive. I am torn between two times, two worlds, two reals, but I see the truth again. I lead the Death Company in a direct flight through the billowing fire of blood at Skarbrand. All our force is concentrated into a spear formation. We unleash a hail of bolter fire before us. Skarbrand flinches. The shells damage his form. The answer comes to me. Why would traitors seek redemption? What makes a demon desperate? Betrayal. Somehow, in some form, Skarbrand and the Blood Disciples are racked with regret for a betrayal. I do not have to know its nature. It is enough to know the weakness is there. And in this moment, the warriors of the Death Company believe themselves to be avenging the greatest betrayal in our history. We strike at the demon's weakness, his consciousness of sin. He retaliates with still greater fury. The axes come together with blood and fire and the searing, jagged black of rage. I see the blow coming. I kill the propulsion of my jump pack and drop down. My brothers see an attack, but they see Horus, and Skarbrand is a colossus. The lie of the vision dooms many. The Materium screams as the axes collide. Figures in black armor are torn apart by the fragmenting reel, but there are still more of us, and the charge continues. Skarbrand roars in pain and wrath. He smashes more of the Death Company to the ground at the same time that I am rising again. I shoot up, straight up, between the massive sweeps of the demon's weapons. At the zenith of my climb, I am level with his eyes. I bring the Blood Crozius down with all the strength of purified, holy wrath upon his skull. The sacred relic shatters bone. Skarbrand's roar deafens me. He drops an axe and snatches me out of the air. His grip is crushing. I cannot breathe. I feel my frame splinter, but my arms are free and I strike again. Focused on me, he has left himself open to the rest of the Death Company. The shells from my brothers hit his chest and the throat at the same time. demonic ichor sprays into the air, combusting when it contacts the flaming blood. Still holding me, Skarbrand looks down. His lethal roar falls upon my brothers. But they have fired one last volley, and I strike one more time, and the sin of the demon overwhelms his material form. With a howl to blot out all light, he loses the coherence of his rage. He explodes, and all realities disappear in the instant of absolute conflagration. Chaplain Lamartes serves within the Blood Angels Death Company during the era Indomitus. Falling to the gene curse of the Black Rage during Hadriath 11, Lamartes, unlike his fellow kin, survived the assault of the war against the Orc Xenos. With battle concluded, Lamartes collapsed from his wounds incurred, and in his exhausted state, demanded life when confronted by Astaroth the Grim during his duty to cull the remaining Death Company Astartes. Never in the history of the Blood Angels had an Astartes retained enough sanity after being subsumed by the rage to the point where they could communicate in a sane manner to their peers. His eyes bloodshot and muscles straining with barely constrained anger, his words nonetheless proved to stay the axe blade of the Redeemer of the Lost. Ordering the chapter apothecaries to seal Lamartes within stasis until his return to Baal, his body would be observed and studied by the librarians and sanguinary priests of the chapter to find answers for his resistance to the curse. For solar months, Lamartes lay dormant within stasis, his mental and physical state scrutinized by every expert of the chapter. His surrender to the Black Rage without question, his mind regardless remained intact through sheer willpower and his stubborn fealty to serve the Emperor. Arguing such a state to be temporary, the sanguinary priests believed his madness would soon return, yet Astaroth refused to slay Lamartes. Awakening the chaplain from his long slumber, Astaroth offered him a new duty to be made in the name of the Master of Mankind and glory of the Great Angel. Assuming the title of Guardian of the Lost, Lamartes was bequeathed the ancient Blood Crozius chapter relic said to have been wielded by the first Blood Angels chaplain, and began his task to lead the future Death Companies as their leader. Charged to watch his kin fight and die by his side, though none would live past a single battle under his watch, their focused slaughter proved capable of rending the most dangerous of any foes. Placed in stasis following each of his deployments, Lamartes sleeps for as little as weeks or as long as solar months, until once more being unleashed to resume his endless rampages as the zealous master of the Berserk Angels. Suspected to one day eventually lose his battle in retaining his sanity, whilst he continues to slay the enemies of the blood at the vanguard of his host, Lamartes stands as a symbol of the Blood Angels' enduring resilience and glory. His charges the substance of legend among the ranks of his chapter. The continued deeds of Lamartes made in the name of the Angel inspire his brethren to never willingly surrender to their inner demons, giving stark hope that one day they may prove strong enough to conquer their gene flaw. Morleo Moriar serves as the Death Company dreadnought of the Blood Angels during the era Indomitus. Once the revered artificer and captain of the Fourth Company, the Knights of Baal, during battle upon the world of Clamorga against the Eldar Xenos, Morleo suffered a grievous wound. His glory so numerous during his tenure, only the revered Furioso pattern of dreadnought would suffice to entomb his body. Built by his own hands prior to his injury, the chassis of the dreadnought had housed great heroes of the chapter, such as Bellerophon, Dario, and Amaretto, who each in turn laid waste to the enemies of the blood. Yet soon after his interring within his sarcophagus, Morleo succumbed to the curse of the Black Rage. Assigned as the only serving dreadnought of the Death Company, whilst it is unusual for a dreadnought to suffer from the curse, Morleo is among the few of his damned kin who is not culled by their commanding chaplain, Lamartes, following their initial engagement. Fighting the enemies of the Imperium, unburdened by fear nor the frailty of his prior form, within his dreadnought body
he is nigh impervious to damage. At the vanguard of among the most desperate conflicts waged by the chapter, Moriah the Chosen, on occasion, is additionally afflicted by the Red First during his rampages. A terrifying colossus in battle, Moriah's caretakers must allow him to sate his thirst for blood by allowing him to partake in consuming vitae in order to stave off his curse. Aiding his kin during the Battle of Antax and ripping apart the giant orc warboss, Gutstomper, his hunger for vengeance remains to this day as he continues to fight in the name of the Great Angel. For it is the hope of his brethren that one day Moriah the Chosen shall die a glorious death in battle. His legacy solidified as among the most legendary heroes of his chapter.
Although it has been many weeks since we left Baal Prime, the memory of my shame and dishonor before my brethren still burns brightly within me. Exiled from my chapter, I have been cast out amongst the stars until I have atoned for my transgression. My time of testing is upon me. Cast out from my chapter, my blood quest has begun. The Adeptus Astartes watch over the subjects of the Imperium for signs of treachery, heresy, and betrayal. Wardens of humanity's long devastated ideals, the fragments of its former glory often inspire his angels to galvanize their duty to new heights of glory. For today, we shall elucidate a fallen Astartes tasked with procuring a relic of vital importance to his long venerated chapter. The Exile of the Blood Angels, Captain Leonatus. Though many champions of the Blood Angels' creed are revered as exemplars of their glorious endeavor, some above all have exceeded the expectations of even among their most noble forebears. Their chapter master, Luis Dante, having given service to their chapter for over a millennia, this aged warrior had long hoped to find subjects to condition to one day replace him as the Lord of Angels. For each notable individual that rose, their tenure was besmirched by ill fortune, such as the disfigurement of Erasmus Tycho, or chosen of the Death Company, Morleo Moria, who both succumbed to the Black Rage. Yet among such candidates, one captain stood tall above the rest, an Astartes by the name of Leonatus. Serving his chapter for over a century of distinguished service, within less than 50 years, this promising Blood Angel ascended to the rank of captain, gaining great praise from Commander Dante. His last noted deeds as captain, recorded during his company's defense of the warp station of Secundar Prime against the Greenskin Tide. For his peerless service, Leonatus had prior been entrusted with the chapter relic, the Blade in Carmine. Once wielded by their angelic Primarch, Sanguinius, Leonatus felt immense pride using its keen edge to cut through the endless warhosts of the Orc Xenos, his company's task to survive days outnumbered 100 to 1 as the chapter rallied reinforcements. Only 30 of his men survived the battle, yet they would hold the line, Leonatus inspiring his men by drinking the blood of his fallen kinsman from a ceremonial chalice to bolster their resolve. Defeating the Greenskin warboss in single combat, its death throes nonetheless incapacitated the noble captain, losing the Blade in Carmine in the mire of battle until reawakening subsequent to 3 companies of the Blood Angels joining the fray. Brought to be judged for the losses incurred during the campaign, his stalwart brother, Tranio, stood by Leonatus' side as his judgment was proclaimed. Sent forth to retrieve the Blade in Carmine as a blood quest to redeem his honor, brethren of the stalwart captain gathered to fight by his side to aid in the vindication of his name. Joined by Palamon, Valerius, Cloten, Codicia Furion, and stowaway scouts known as Lysander, Proteus, and Menelius, Leonatus and his men embarked on their quest aboard their voidcraft, the Exile. Meeting with Commander Marek as the Hybraean hunters as they tracked the war which Leonatus had fought, the Blood Angels captured an Orc leader to be psychically interrogated by Epistolary Furion. Seeing visions of the War of Garshul the Destroyer as the being who had laid claim to the Blade in Carmine, Furion was driven mad and knocked unconscious to be tended in their apothecarian. Following the trail of Garshul to the world of Tarsis, Leonatus and his men would be lured into a trap by their seeming allies, a Brotherhood of the Watch of the Order Malleus. Capturing Menelaus in the dark of night, their blood sacrifice made to the entity manipulating their Brotherhood allowed for its essence to reawaken a 10 millennia sealed, cornate demon prince. Invulnerable to bolter fire and all conventional weapons wielded by the Astartes of the Blood Quest, Epistolary Furion sacrificed his life to secure their escape. Bombarding the monastery of Tarsus with plasma missiles, as the Exterminatus payload consumed the demon, Furion rest easy, knowing soon he would join the Emperor. Marking Tarsus as Mundus Excommunicata to ensure its eventual cleansing by the Ordo Malleus, the Blood Quest soon after received a distress call from the rogue trader Voidcraft, Light of Diogenes. Aiding the traders by assaulting a Chaos pirate vessel with broadsides before infiltrating its core using the Exile's teleportarium, Leonatus and his men destroyed the ship's commander before escaping to allow for the ship's destruction. Relaying information regarding the War of Garshul despite the orders of Inquisitor Kelman, Trader Captain Nicodemus Medasio advised the Blood Quest to investigate an Orc presence within the Leptis system. Warned that all Space Marine chapters in the vicinity had committed their strength to combat the forces of chaos spilling from the Eye of Terror, the Orcs had plundered unopposed and grown in strength. Delayed by a warp storm during their voyage, within an ancient Voidcraft graveyard, the Blood Quest infiltrated a colony ship predating the Great Crusade in order to retrieve valuable resources to continue their venture. Finding a mass grave within its corrupted confines, the Blood Angels defended themselves from mutated descendants of the long-perished crew. The warp storm abating as their position became overrun, Brother Valerius died in the melee as hordes of abominations dragged him to the ground. Repositioning his men to the ship's hydroponicum, Leonatus destroyed its dome to vent the mutants into space as their Thunderhawk gunship extracted his squad. Marking the graveyard on navigation charts to facilitate future extraction of potential Dark Age of technology relics, the Blood Quest ventured on into the warp. Arriving on the world of Leptis, besieged by the War of Garshul, Leonatus made contact with the planetary governor, Semper, and made clear his intent to board the War's command vessel. Tracking Garshul's location by fighting through the largest Orc aggressors, the Blood Quest followed Brother Cloten as he surrendered to the Red First and carved a path through their ranks. Confronting Garshul within his throne room, heads on spikes symbolized each and every planet it had destroyed, yet in truth, the Orc war boss was not as it appeared. Possessing the form of the Xenos, the destroyer demon entity in service to Abaddon the Despoiler had lured Leonatus to him in order to abandon his current form and use the exiled captain as his new host. Beheading the destroyer, its head remained animated, taunting Leonatus that it had sent the Blade and Carmine to its master as a trophy of battle. Discharging his men from his service as he beheld the remaining forces of Chaos flee into a warp gate, the warriors of the Blood Quest refused to let their captain pursue his charge alone. The Exile's navigator, overwhelmed by the essence of the Immaterium, the Blood Quest abandoned the ship as its Gellerfields began to collapse. Transported to the demon world of Eidolon by the whims of Chaos, the Blood Angels fought the denizens of the planet until the presence of an immense blasphemy cast a shadow over their position. The Banelord, chaos monstrosity of flesh and steel, strode into the fray, laying waste to all who bore its notice, like ants. Imitating their trial, succeeded during their initiation as Astartes, the wings of Sanguinius, the Blood Quest hitched a ride on the gargantuan Titan before setting melter and crack grenade charges upon its leg joint. Escaping from the battle, as the vengeful warriors once crushed under its boot set upon the Banelord, the Blood Quest ventured on. Encountering the fallen Dark Angel, known as Hayroth the Damned, the Blood Angels listened to the renegade's tale of the nature of Eidolon. Ruled over by 4 demon princes of chaos, each recruited warriors to wage a never-ending war upon its surface in the name of each of their chosen deities. Yet as the bloodshed descended into mundane slaughter, a tantalizing prize was required to lure new blood and reinvigorate their game. The Blade in Carmine, held by the demon princes as bait for the Blood Angels. Only by their leave would the Sons of the Angel be allowed to leave the world of the damned. Traversing the Blood Sea, the Sons of Sanguinius sailed towards the looming black sun as the eyes of a demon lord, Arcan the Reaver, watched their voyage. Fending off the pawns of the Blood God as their chosen apostle of Khorne attempted to cast them into the Blood Sea, the millennia-old World Eater fell at the hands of Cloten with little fanfare nor notice. Their ship boarded by the world's demon prince of Khorne, Sergeant Tranio sacrificed his life to allow his kinsmen to escape the wrath of the Blood God. His felling of the demon prince with a crack grenade, allowing for safe passage through the Blood Sea, as Khorne punished his bested disciples. Entering a plague city, Ebolus, under the thrall of Nurgle, the Blood Quest gleaned knowledge that its domains were ruled by the champion of pestilence, Bubonicus. Infecting Brother Palamon due to his previously incurred wounds in battle, Bubonicus offered a pact to sacrifice Palamon in exchange for safe passage through the city. Refusing to allow a son of the Angel to be offered as tribute, the Blood Angels opened fire upon the pawns of the Grandfather. Protecting Palamon with zealous fury, not even a well-shot flamer could stifle the wrath of the Sons of Baal. Riddling Bubonicus with bolter shells, its essence fled into a swarm of flies. Possessing Palamon's body, his existence would swiftly be purged by Scout Novice Proteus before it could shame its host's body. As the Plague City burned with the loss of their champion, Hayroth returned to commend the Blood Angels on their victory, thus far warning them that the trials ahead would test their minds and not their might. Tracking a pleasure caravan, transporting slaves to sate the appetites of the disciples of She Who Firsts, the Blood Angels infiltrated their number as they marched towards the city of forbidden pleasures, Vada. Witnessing the 10,000 slaves as they passed through the gates of the Icon of Decadence, destined to be experiments to unearth a new forbidden delight with each passing hour. Brother Proteus, lured away from his kinsman by the mistress of Vada, his desire to one day become a warrior of legend would be manipulated as he pledged his loyalty to his new queen. Unable to locate Proteus, the Blood Quest forged ahead past the City of Temptations unscathed, unwilling to become distracted from their duty to locate the Blade in Carmine. Their 3 remaining members, Leonatos, Cloten, and Lysander, began their venture through the birthing swamp maze of the Kingdom of the Changer of Ways. Saving Lysander from the contorted beings which inhabited the birthing pools, Cloten wrestled with the call of the Red First, as his physical form showed signs of mutation. Warned by Hayroth that the champion of Tzeentch beckoned him through the labyrinth, Leonatus must forge his own fate to a destiny of torment. Upon entry of the labyrinth, all of the Blood Quest walked their paths alone, and while Leonatus's remained unobstructed, Proteus faced his own inner demons. Confronting Lysander within his own path, the now corrupted Proteus revealed his true nature, the Scout Marines dueling with the death knell of their ties of brotherhood. Yet within the heart of the labyrinth, Captain Leonatus beheld a phantom of his chapter's glory, Chief Librarian Mephiston. Within a falsity of his chapter's great hall, the champion of Tzeentch revealed himself. Clad in the skin of the Lord of Death, the being revealed the fallen angel Hayroth to be his thrall. Having sworn his soul to the Pantheon of Chaos millennia ago, the Caliban Knight's allegiance to Sar Luther had proven false as he witnessed the destruction of his homeworld. Failing to meet the expectations of his demon liege, Hayroth had accepted a bargain to remain trapped upon Eidolon until a worthy replacement of his vigil could be found. A choice must be made: pledge his fealty to the Master of Hayroth and be empowered as a new champion of chaos, or duel the fallen angel in battle for a chance to claim the Blade in Carmine. Freed from the curse of the Red First, Brother Cloten and the resolved Brother Lysander joined Leonatus, their purity of purpose undeniable as they faced the pawns of the Changer of Ways. Combating the fallen angel as one, the Blood Angels were no match for a once Dark Angel forged by 10,000 years of battle. Yet as all fell one by one, Leonatus made one last gambit to win the day. Retrieving the gene-coded sword of Sanguinius, the Blade in Carmine, Leonatus slew the renegade before turning his attentions to the Demon Prince. Swarmed by warp entities, Leonatus hurled the Blade in Carmine to the wounded Lysander, commanding him to return the relic to the chapter as he sacrificed himself to a hopeless battle of unwinnable odds. For 12 years, Lysander and Cloten fought to return to Baal, the time dilation of the Immaterium twisting the flow of time until they alone achieved lifespans exceeding even their Lord Commander, Dante. Returning the sword to the chapter, Lysander refused to join his scout company with the conclusion of his battle's blood quest. The objections of Chief Librarian Mephiston ignored, as the two resolved to return to the Immaterium to retrieve their comrade in arms. Beginning their pilgrimage upon the world of Sciron, within the fringes of the Eye of Terror, war raged upon a new playground of the Thralls of Chaos. Another proving ground made to entertain the ruinous pantheon, the Thralls of Chaos toiled to reach the summit of the planet's mountainous peak, wherein a demon oracle would reveal their destiny. Yet this day, two champions finally reached the summit, Cloten and Lysander. Revealing that Leonatus still lived, the oracle explained that to best their lost captain's jailer, they must learn his true name. Unable to disclose its name, the oracle as a compromise showed its mark to which its servants would be known, its valuable insight rewarded with a swift death by Cloten's chainsword appendage. Selling their martial skill as men-at-arms for imperial merchant vessels and pilgrim convoys transporting pious souls between shrine worlds, the two gathered resources to fund their expedition into the Eye of Terror. Exchanging false cargo manifests and convoy routes to a particularly greedy pirate band, the Blood Angels tracked the sigil of Leonatus' capturer, making planetfall amidst the traitor invasion. Felling the Cornate warband of Vashan, the Blood Angels feigned allegiance to the enemies of the Imperium with their confrontation by the champion of Tzeentch, Balazaran. Unable to protect the innocents of the doomed planet from the onslaught of traitors, Lysander and Cloten prayed forgiveness for not intervening to save them from their aggressors. Forced to kill loyal subjects of the Imperium to prevent their true allegiance from being revealed, the exiles gave in to their red thirst as a means to dull the shame they felt in their hearts. Rewarded for their slaughter with an audience of the orchestrator of the traitors' Black Crusade, the Blood Angels beheld the phantom of their prior blood quest, Proteus. Proclaiming the exiles as wolves in traitors' clothing, as Lysander charged to end Proteus, his attack would be intercepted by a hulking Chaos warrior, Leonatus. Harnessing his conquest of the Black Rage to perceive the entity which inhabited Leonatus' form, Brother Cloten saw within him their old nemesis, Garshul the Destroyer. Capturing the exiled Blood Angels, Garshul revealed his plot to displace Imperial Navy armadas to the Marsa system, those planets now left undefended by the Imperium, ripe for plunder and reward by the ruinous powers. Pitting Cloten and Lysander against one another within an arena filled with demon spawn, Garshul would not relent in unleashing his endless hordes until only one Blood Angel stood. Cloten turned on Lysander, believing his mastery of the Red First, making him the only viable candidate to end the reign of Garshul. Felled by Lysander in the duel, Cloten smiled knowing his protege had now proven himself to exceed his own duty as he collapsed from his wound. Torturing Lysander following his duel within the arena, Proteus remarked on the fine work of the disciple of Fabius Bile, Pyrrhus, as Lysander prayed for his last-ditch effort to escape his bondage. Within the bilge holds of the traitor vessel, Brother Cloten rose, his Susan membrane hibernation allowing his body to appear dead until the time to strike presented itself. Gorging on the scavengers surrounding him for sustenance, despite the disgusting taste of their flesh, Cloten's strength slowly restored. As his exiled brothers endured physical torment, Captain Leonatus wrestled control of his body from his possessor, knowing his freedom to be brief and the only chance to strike a fatal blow against Chaos. Ordering his subordinate to change course for the heavily defended Marsa system, Leonatus activated his Space Marine training to wipe his mind of his actions made during his brief freedom. Freeing Lysander as he felled Pyrrhus, Cloten allowed his kinsman to kill Proteus as the pawn of Slaanesh reeled from a glancing strike. Emancipating the indentured labor serfs from their enslavers, the exiled angels bid them to join their charge for the warship's command deck. Cloten led the rebellion as Lysander made his way to the ship's warp field generators, hoping to destroy them to sunder the flagship from within. Blocked by Leonatus' hulking form, Lysander fought with all his available might, his mission to rescue his former liege captain, now twisted to destroy him. Briefly banishing the demon from within his form, Lysander watched his former captain's sanity return. Leonatus smiling to see the guns of the loyal Imperial warships of Marsa begin to tear through the Chaos fleet. Bidding Lysander to flee before the ship's destruction, Leonatus sacrificed his life to allow the warship's field generators to overload. His last act of defiance, ending the blood quest he had endured for so long as a truly loyal son of the great Angel. The warrior sits alone in his cell, contemplating the events that soon await him. He knows the time of judgment grows near. He prays to his Lord for strength enough. He remembers another life, more than a century ago, when he journeyed across the deserts to take part in the ritual of challenge, competing against the other young braves to win the ultimate prize, a place among the ranks of the Sky Warriors. The training was long and hard, and not all survived, but he did, to finally take his place amongst his brothers as a Blood Angel Space Marine, fighting in the service of the Emperor and humanity.
Brother Daenor serves as a chaplain of the Blood Angels chapter during the era Indomitus. Leading several death companies in battle, from the slaughter grounds of the Acatrian Heights to the Nightmare Well, Daenor has watched his kin enthralled by the Black Rage fight and die for the glory of the Emperor. The only sane individual within each company he commands, despite Daenor's survival throughout the most grueling of campaigns, he has never once surrendered to madness. Never has the Angel's blade succumbed to the flaws of the Red Thirst nor Black Rage, for his composure under intense pressure is legendary. Focusing his damned kin by harnessing the deep well of his devotion to the Master of Mankind and legacy of Sanguinius, the warriors of the Death Company never falter in following his commands. A beacon of redemption within their ranks, wielding his Crozius Arcanum as he soars into the heavens via jump pack to smite the wicked, Daenor's wrath is a sight to behold. Yet during the Diamore campaign of Abaddon the Despoiler's 13th Black Crusade, the Death Company chaplain's zeal would be tested like never before. Khan the Betrayer, chosen warrior of the Chaos entity known as Khorne, took to the field at the vanguard of a host of his Butcher Horde and elements of the Black Legion, Crimson Slaughter, and Wordbearer's traitor Astartes. Upon the planet of Amethal, Khan and Daenor dueled, leading to the chaplain's arm being severed by the Bloody's infamous chain axe, Gorechild. On the precipice of death, Daenor managed to escape the battle as Khan's subordinate berserker, Kordabash, distracted the former captain of the 8th Company. All warriors of the Death Company were slain in the battle, yet Daenor would return to the field later in the campaign at the head of a newly reinforced Fell host. Assaulting the demonic cage known as the Pit, Daenor's Death Company aided the final battle of Amethal alongside the captain of the Blood Angels, Donatos Aphael. Driving the forces of chaos from the planet, with the petition for aid from the Grey Knight to purge the taint of chaos from Amethal, Daenor returned to his homeworld of Baal. Treated for his wounds, Daenor served during the devastation of Baal, and to this day continues to lead the Death Companies to face the enemies of the Imperium. His zeal and cold violence, an invaluable asset to the Blood Angels chapter, in aiding his fallen brethren to find redemption for their surrender to rage. Sergeant Tahariel serves the Blood Angels chapter of Astartes during the era Indomitus. The leader of an elite Terminator Squadron kill team, it is the duty of Tahariel and his men to purge the wicked from among the most dangerous war zones with precise surgical strikes. Fighting during battle against High Fleet Leviathan during 998.M41 of the Cryptus campaign, the Blood Angels' conflict to repel the invaders from reaching their homeworld of Baal cost the chapter dearly. Led by Chapter Master Dante, the hit-and-run operations targeting the splinter fleets of Leviathan raged throughout the Red Scar of the Ultima Segmentum. As the defenses of Baal and its moons were fortified, the vanguard of the Angels spilled their blood for their homeworld, and bought precious time to reinforce their beleaguered system.
Alongside Dante and his most trusted advisors, Chief Librarian Mephiston, Captain Carleon, Brother Corbulo, and their Flesh Tearers allies, Tahariel fought with unremitting ferocity. Despite the chapter slaying millions of the invaders, the Great Devourer did not relent in its assault, and during one of their many desperate last stands, Tahariel incurred a grievous wound. Succeeding in delaying the devastation of Baal, the Blood Angels retreated to their homeworld and tended to the wounds of their venerable sergeant. His face disfigured and the entirety of his squadron fallen, Tahariel beseeched his chapter to eschew him the right of command for his failure. Accepting his wishes, the Blood Angels restored Tahariel to the position of Aline Astartes until his appointment to serve under his stalwart friend, Captain Ubaldo, aboard the vessel Blood Crusader during M42. Petitioned for aid by the Mechanicus on the planet of Gorgonum, the Adepts of Mars sighted a vast space hulk set on a collision course to the Forge World. Recently successful in their own campaign of unknown record, the crew of the Blood Crusader could spare only a single Terminator squadron to investigate and combat the vast vessel of conglomerated and twisted ancient voidcraft. Cobbling together a kill team, utilizing their available Terminator armor and able-bodied Astartes, Tahariel took to the field. Teleporting aboard the Space Hulk, Tahariel reluctantly led his new squadron consisting of brothers Madriel, Armando, Lazaro, and Caraneal as they took their first steps inside the vessel. Trusting his sergeant's limitless courage and battle experience, Captain Ubaldo's faith in the grizzled Astartes would not be misplaced. Discovering slain Ultramarines Terminators scored with claw marks, the Blood Angels once more faced the Tyranid menace within the carcass of 100 malformed ships. Intending to place melter bombs within close proximity of the Space Hulk's energy cores to rip the ship apart, the mission of the Blood Angels would be interrupted with the intervention of the Inquisition. Inquisitor Jost von Marburg, a senior officer of the Ordo Xenos, had spent decades tracking each instance of the Space Hulk dubbed the Forsaken Doom and its random onslaughts. Demanding command oversight of the mission by virtue of his rank as an Inquisitor, Captain Ubaldo grudgingly accepted his terms in exchange for intelligence pertaining to the Forsaken Doom. Requesting fresh kills of the unique specimens of gene stealers to be collected for study, von Marburg's need for test subjects on several occasions put Tahariel's squad at risk, yet could not be refused. As the Terminators delved deeper into the bowels of the Forsaken Doom, their quest would be aided with the deployment of Lexicanum Hagios, whose psychic powers proved crucial in their location of objectives. Plagued with doubt of the outcome of their mission, Hagios would be reprimanded by Sergeant Tahariel to keep his concerns to himself, for no good could come from dwelling on the past. Observing that Tahariel, now once again faced by the Tyranids, sought redemption for his past campaign of Kryptus, Hagios warned Tahariel that he must harness and control his rage should he wish to return to his homeworld of Baal once more. Relieved to find his efficacy as a commander to be unblemished by inaction, Tahariel thanked Captain Ubaldo for his trust and friendship in allowing him to once more purge the wicked as a leader of angels. Discovering further ruin within the Forsaken Doom, such as a long-dead squadron of Dark Angels Deathwing Terminators and Space Wolves elites, a prize of immense value would present itself to the Sons of the Angel. A treasure used to draw every slain Astartes to their deaths, the Vilca Fenrica had managed to secure the immensely powerful Seal of the Emperor within the darkest depths of the Forsaken Doom and sacrificed their lives to protect it. Despite the protestation of Lexicanum Hagios, Captain Ubaldo commanded Tahariel's men to secure the seal, for it was his belief that their hand was guided personally by the Master of Mankind himself. Sensing the seal's immense psychic presence, Lexicanum Hagios managed to locate the holy relic, guarded by hordes of gene stealers. With the Space Hulk dangerously close to colliding with Gorgonum, Tahariel's squadron managed to retrieve the Seal of the Emperor before placing their melter bombs within the bowels of the Forsaken Doom. Risking their lives in the effort, Tahariel's peerless leadership allowed for none of his men to perish, and as the bombs tore the Space Hulk apart, the Blood Crusader witnessed its fragments pass harmlessly past the Forge World. Returning the Seal of the Emperor to Holy Terror personally, within the presence of the Master of Mankind,
Sergeant Tahariel achieved his redemption. His actions as a true son of the Great Angel marked forever within the Blood Angels records. Captain Orfeo served as the most senior commander of the Blood Angels of the strike cruiser of the Sword of Baal. Leading his battle brothers with dignity and loyalty, Orfeo would earn absolute respect and veneration from his subordinates. A veteran of countless wars, Orfeo would bear his battle honors and victories proudly upon his Terminator armor. Leading his Astartes prior to and subsequent to the birth of the Cicatrix Maledictum, Orfeo would lead his most veteran warriors, the Archangels of his first company, to investigate a transmission from the world of Naiades. Ambushed by the deceptive Tyranid Xenos, Orfeo would command his men to retreat from the skirmish whilst holding their enemies at bay. With contact severed from the crew of the Sword of Baal, the remaining Astartes would travel to the Hive City to ascertain the location and fate of their captain. Despite his valiant defiance against the Xenos, Orfeo would be gravely wounded and seemingly be taken by the Tyranids. Yet with the intervention of the Magos Dominus of the Adeptus Mechanicus, Castia Theta 9, Orfeo's life and body would be salvaged. Grafted with cybernetic limbs and synthetic implants, Orfeo would stand one final time alongside his men to face the enemies of his Imperium. His noble spirit enabling him to slay the leader of the Genestealer cult, and with the death of the Tyranid Patriarch of Naiades Hive, endure his wounds long enough to be returned to the Sword of Baal. Interred within a sarcophagus and residing within the once dreadnought of his battle brother, Ignis, Orfeo continues to serve his chapter with honor. For only in death does duty end. Ignis served as a dreadnought of the Blood Angels of the Sword of Baal. Interred prior to the Sword of Baal's traversal to the Naiades system, Ignis would serve the Blood Angels through many campaigns and sacrifice his body to preserve his chapter. Though difficult to rouse from his slumber, Ignis has proven to be an indispensable warrior in the chapter's times of greatest need. Awakened by Tecmarine Hadriel during the Sword of Baal's most desperate hour, Ignis would lay waste to the Genestealer cult invaders of the vessel without mercy. Protecting his so-called little brother, Hadriel, during his ministrations of the ship's machine spirit, Ignis would give his life to protect the crew of the Sword of Baal and the lives of his battle brothers. Receiving the Emperor's peace after countless years of duty, Ignis's legacy would be continued with the interring of Captain Orfeo within his dreadnought chassis. His honor and devotion to the Emperor and the Great Angel, without question. Chaplain Raphael served as a spiritual counselor and mentor of the Blood Angels. A stern, yet universally respected member of the Sword of Baal's Astartes, Raphael would monitor his battle brothers for signs of the Black Rage and dips in morale. With the disappearance of Captain Orfeo within Naiades Hive, Raphael would watch over and advise Sergeants Ancaeus and Kazarion during their struggle to purge the foul Genestealer cult of the Hive. An old and wise veteran of countless battles and engagements, Raphael would give counsel to his stalwart friend and Captain Orfeo. A warrior of intense fury, Raphael would prevent the Blood Angels of the Sword of Baal from caving under the weight of their intense sacrifices and losses. An inspiring presence, Raphael would maintain the cohesion between his battle brothers as the singular source of comfort and unity. His duty to his chapter ever increasing with the expanse of the Cicatrix Maledictum across the galaxy. Raphael would fight without reprieve and give his life to prevent his most vulnerable charge, Kazarion, from descending into the madness of the Red First. His legacy living on within the surviving sons of the Sword of Baal. Hadriel serves as a Tecmarine of the Blood Angels of the Sword of Baal. a devoted disciple of both the teachings of his chapter and the tech adepts of Mars, Hadriel maintained several important aspects of the strike cruiser, the Sword of Baal. Imbued with a poet's soul and artistic flair to his duties, Hadriel is a diligent and fastidious worker of his creed. Repairing and maintaining both the Sword of Baal and many of the Blood Angels' technologies, such as their weapon systems, armor, and gene stores, Hadriel would work tirelessly to preserve the vessel and its crew. A fearsome and expert warrior, Hadriel would protect the Sword of Baal from the insidious and relentless invasion of the strike cruiser during its docking with the space station of Naiades. Attempting to prevent further damage to the vessel, Hadriel would simultaneously blunt the invasion attempts of the Genestealer cults and repair the ship. As both builder and protector, Hadriel would survive the plots of the Tyranid Xenos with the aid of his venerable battle brother, Ignis. His deeds as the Sentinel of the Sword of Baal continuing, with its never-ending demands of repair, protection, and salvation.
Leonas served as an Astartes of the Blood Angels of the Sword of Baal. Archangel of the First Company, Leonas would serve as Captain Orpheo's second-in-command during their deployments. A venerable and powerful warrior, Leonas would serve as an example for all his battle brothers to follow. Revered by Sergeant Ancaeus, Leonas, though perishing on the world of Naiades, would not die a coward's death. Accompanying Captain Orpheo during his investigation of the transmission of the Hive City, their squadron would be ambushed by the Genestealer cults of the Xenos Tyranids. Overwhelmed, the Archangels would nonetheless fight with honor and take a large tally of the enemy's number. Facing the leader of the cult in single combat, Leonas would be slain by the foul heretics. Though his legacy and example would live in the hearts of his battle brothers.
In blood I am born. In battle do I live. In light do I rise. In darkness do I fall.
The sons of Sanguinius harbor many burdens in the name of their Gene Father. Noble and relentless in their persecution of the threats to his Imperium, the angel's grace extends not only in his noble countenance, but his inner rage. For today, we shall elucidate an Astartes of the blood, afflicted with the gene curse of his chapter, the dour sergeant of the Sword of Baal, Kazarion. It is an honor for any Space Marine to serve under the ranks of the Death Watch, for only the finest warriors from each Space Marine chapter are picked to serve the kill teams of such a holy order. Tailoring each battle company, squad, and battalion as weapons against the darkness, with the keen edge of each chapter's unique customs, rituals, and training, the Death Watch are the bulwark against the most deadly of Xenos threats. But for every man who serves, he brings a burden to bear. And not all burdens are weighted equal. Sergeant Kazarion would serve his duty to the Watch with resentful, bitter distinction. Afflicted as all Blood Angels are, with the red thirst and temptations of the black rage, he would suffer more than most who wear the black of duty. Though with every scar earned through bloody battle, Kazarion would cut a path of righteous fury through the Xenos, earning valuable knowledge and insight of the heinous forces whom would threaten his chapter and humanity itself. Kazarion would be plagued with the red thirst and the beginning stages of the Black Rage, the psychic maladies further bolstered by the death of the Blood Angels chapter Primarch, Sanguinius. The ghostly apparition of their chapter's darkest hour against the War Master would plague Kazarion's mind. For those afflicted by the Black Rage, be they Blood Angel or any number of their successor chapters,
can become paralyzed with the shocking barbaric bloodlust of the arch-traitor Horus's slaughter, an act that would damn the Imperium to slow degeneration for all time. Kazarion would shoulder this burden alone. Without the support of his brothers in blood, Kazarion would become tormented by the curse of his bloodline, steadily descending down the rungs of madness, uniquely plagued by the Blood Angels chapter until his service to the Death Watch would be concluded. Kazarion's time in the Death Watch would nonetheless prove to be invaluable, despite the perilous cost spent to earn him such experience. A Marine with few peers within his own chapter, Kazarion would be specially suited to purge all manner of deviant Xenos and heretics under the thrall of the enemies of humanity. Exacting, strategic, and characteristically pragmatic, Kazarion is not a soul to be considered optimistic. Rather, Kazarion exacts the Emperor's judgment, fully grounded in the knowledge that his will demands not idealism, only duty. To his brother Astartes, Kazarion is seen as cold, gleaning only the most fatalistic outcome to each situation, failing to understand the burden of command he bears in the face of the galaxy's worst terrors. Equipped with armaments rewarded by his service as a member of the Death Watch, Kazarion is a deadly combatant, earning his brother's respect for his leadership and tactical prowess despite his nature. Oftentimes contrasting with his lapses in defiance to his gene flaw, Kazarion walks the narrow path of leading his men into the most dangerous of battles, whilst tormented by the demons entrenched inside his mind. With the skirmish of the planet of Naiades further testing Kazarion's resolve. Chapter Master Dante would command several fleets of the Blood Angels to combat the Tyranid Xenos to prevent them laying siege to the Baal system. Within the Viltri system, one of many Blood Angels' fleets would confront the Devourer. Led by the battleship Judgment, the fleet would stand against the Tyranid Hive ship and its accursed spawn. With the Judgment's destruction, Kazarion would be left adrift within the wreckage. Saved by his battle brothers during the engagement, Kazarion would be transported to the Sword of Baal via Thunderhawk gunship prior to their escape from the war zone. Summoned to return to Baal, the Blood Angels would attempt to traverse the warp to return to their chapter world. Yet with the birth of the Great Rift across the galaxy, the Angels of Death would be thrown off course. Arriving at the Naiades system, both battle-wearied and reliant on only a handful of their depleted chapter. Receiving a transmission from the inner depths of the world of Naiades, Captain Orfeo would not risk his battle brothers needlessly and deem himself to be the best suited to confront the unknown. With their captain lost and the majority of their brothers relegated to the scraps of gene seeds ripped from their cold corpses, the Angels would divide their remaining forces into two battle squadrons. Led by their only senior officers, Sergeants Ancaeus and Kazarion, the Astartes of the Sword of Baal would descend upon Naiades' hive. Separated, the Astartes under Kazarion's command, Tiro, Koro, Sangreal, and Armino, would investigate the vandalized and desolate hive. Confronted by seemingly human soldiers of the Astra Militarum, Kazarion's perception and experience within the Death Watch would prove invaluable. Recognizing the subtle signs of the Genestealer cult, Kazarion would command his squad to engage the soldiers. Revealing themselves to be enthralled by Tyranids, the Astartes would lay waste to the heretics. Reuniting with Ancaeus' squad, the Angels of Death would further push through the city until finding the desolation of Orfeo's honor guard. Their Thunderhawk gunship destroyed and bodies littering the barren soil, Kazarion would use his hard-won experience to follow the tracks left by the fallen dead. Delving into the tunnels of Naiades, the Astartes would find Orfeo's severed arm and power sword. Resolving to explore further until finding their wounded captain, the Astartes would be set upon by the foul mutants. Driven mad by the death of his fallen battle brother, Koro, Kazarion would partially succumb to his inner rage, Butchering his enemies with unbridled wrath, Chaplain Raphael would attempt to prevent Kazarion from falling victim to the curse's bloodlust. Yet alongside Koro and Virgilio, Raphael would be slain, further sending Kazarion into his fit of rage. As the blood of mutants spilled across his chainsword, Kazarion would revel in his anger. Barely staying his hand from cutting down his stalwart brother, Ancaeus, Kazarion's rage would relent. Consumed with grief at the loss of Raphael and his battle brothers, Kazarion would become immobilized from the battle. Comforted by the words of Ancaeus, Kazarion would muster his inner strength and stand beside his brothers. Seemingly fated to die within the tunnels, the Astartes would be saved with the actions of Magos Dominus Castiaphata IX and her heavily armed servitors. Guided to the base of the Tower of Naiades by the Adept of Mars, the Astartes would be led to their battle-scarred captain, Orfeo. Fighting under his inspiring presence once more, the Astartes of the Blood Angels would carve a path to the peak of the Tower of Naiades to confront the Patriarch of the Tyranid Menace. Leading his kill team of Ancaeus, Melchior, Armino and Pallidus into the lair of the Tyranid Patriarch, they would face the foul creature with blade and bolter. As Ancaeus prevented the heretical cultist witch from fleeing, Kazarion and his men would battle the Xenos. As the Patriarch slew Pallidus, Armino and Virgilio, Kazarion would be tempted to once more delve into his bloodlust. Denying his inner demons, Kazarion would fight the Patriarch with honor and discipline, yet be wounded and rendered unconscious in the resultant melee. Returning to his slain brothers, Sergeant Ancaeus would succumb to the Black Rage and face the Patriarch. Slaying the beast while empowered by the Angel's wrath, Ancaeus would not survive his grievous wounds received in battle. Awakening to find his brothers slain, Kazarion would honor their sacrifice and lead the survivors of the Battle of Naiades to retrieve the honored dead and return to the Sword of Baal. Given command of the vessel due to Captain Orfeo's grievous wounds, Kazarion would lay to rest the armaments of his slain brothers, resolving to honor their memory by enduring through the storms to come, and to stave off his chapter's curse in their name.
Even now, our father wrote, even now amongst the stars, there are heroes whose tales will never be told, angels whose legacy is naught but ash. Know this, my sons, the blood of those heroes remains priceless, though it was spent in silence. Remember these words. Remember them always, as you sail into the dark. With that truth carved into our hearts now, we set sail for Baal. We set sail for home.
These fragments taken from our fallen will live on in our initiates. Everything that is flesh perishes, yet we will survive in the blood that flows through those that come after.
If you wished induction into the priesthood, why did you not pursue it? Surely High Priest Corbulo would have welcomed.
We do not choose our duty. Only honor in its fulfillment.
The vaunted Blood Angels are amongst the most noble of all the Legiones Astartes. Yet within their storied bloodline, the curse of their Primarch lies dormant. Eschewing their honor for boundless fury, every Astartes of the Ninth must wrestle control over their inner demons. For the discipline of the Angels of Death is paramount to their survival, lest they descend into madness and bloodlust. And so today, we shall elucidate the dignified sergeant of the Sword of Baal, Ancaeus. As a senior officer of the remnants of the Blood Angels of the Sword of Baal, Ancaeus would earn the respect from his battle brothers through trial by fire. Mentored closely by his captain, Orfeo, Ancaeus would shed a ray of pious optimism upon his kin, even in their darkest of days. Considered as a novitiate of the sanguinary priesthood, Ancaeus' will to preserve his fallen battle brother's gene-seed lineage would cast him as a protective soul. Though not inducted as an apothecary of his chapter, Ancaeus would nonetheless bear the sigil of their office with pride upon his helmet. Overbearing in his duty to preserve his chapter's legacy, when stationed aboard the Sword of Baal, Ancaeus would oversee the vast gene-seed store of the ship. Placing his duty to his fallen brother's legacy above all, Ancaeus would continually disaccord with his fellow sergeant Kazarion on the objectives incumbent of their chapter. An especially gifted swordsman, Ancaeus would command his men with stoic leadership and admirable example. A self-reflective and compassionate warrior, Ancaeus would see to the emotional stability of his battle brothers, yet continue to be estranged by his once close brother, Kazarion. A bond which would be strained to the point of breaking during their darkest hour on the world of Naiades. The Blood Angels of the Sword of Baal would be whittled away prior to their arrival to the cursed Naiades hive. With all other command staff slain, and their returned brother Kazarion from the Death Watch, Ancaeus would be the only soul fit to take the place of command in Orfeo's stead. With their arrival to the planet of Naiades, Captain Orfeo would lead his honor guard to investigate the distress signal from the planet. As hours passed with no word from the captain, Kazarion and Ancaeus would argue as to their duty to the chapter. Pitting the survival of his fallen brother's gene stores against the fate of their missing captain, such debate would be halted with the distress signal of Orfeo breaking through the interference enveloping the planet. Commanding the Angels of Death to assault the city via drop pod deployment, Ancaeus and Kazarion would convene their squads upon the city of Naiades to face the Gene Stealer cult. Purging the heretics from the city, the Astartes would come to find the ruin of Orfeo's Thunderhawk gunship and honor guard. As the Astartes delved further into tunnels of the city, Ancaeus and Kazarion's bond of brotherhood would be further strained. Despite Kazarion's bleak assessment of the fate of their captain, Ancaeus would nonetheless maintain the cohesion of the Angels of Death. Discovering the severed hand of their captain and his power sword amongst the corpses of the fallen Xenos, Ancaeus would carry his captain's sword as a talisman of hope. Resolving to return the blade to his astray leader, Ancaeus would never falter in his faith in his captain's survival. Yet with their descent further into the bowels of the city, the Astartes of Sanguinius would be ambushed by the Tyranids. Facing their foe with great ferocity, the Blood Angels would slay great swathes of the heretics within the tunnels. However, several Astartes would be slain by the enormous mutants rampaging through their lines. With the fall of their chaplain, Raphael, and Sergeant Kazarion's sanity breaking, it would fall to Ancaeus to bind the morale and fighting spirit of his men. Commanding the Astartes to fend off the heretics, Ancaeus would endeavor to protect Kazarion. Despite their shared rank as fellow sergeants, Ancaeus would bear the burden of de facto leadership of the remnant Angels of Death. Salvaging Kazarion's fractured mental well-being and shepherding him through the coming darkness, Kazarion would stand ready with his stalwart and most trusted brother once more. Side by side, they would submit to their fate, to die as noble warriors. Yet with the intervention of Dominus Magos, Castia Theta 9, the surviving Angels of Death would survive their ambush. Following the Tech Adept servitors to the base of the Tower of Naiades, Ancaeus would lead his battle-wearied men to their destination. For soon, Ancaeus would relinquish his custodianship of Orfeo's power sword, with the reunion of him and his men with their patrician captain. For soon, he would embark upon his final battle to end the Xenos menace. joining his battle-scarred captain and battle brothers in their final assault of the domain of the Tyranid Patriarch, Ancaeus would fight with finesse and deadly efficiency. Alongside his brothers Orfeo, Kazarion, Tiro, Sangreal, Melchior, Armino, and Palladus, the Astartes would make their stand at the gate of the Tyranid menace. Breaching the chamber of the foul Xenos, Ancaeus would pursue the fleeing Genestealer witch. Confronting the malevolent heretic, Ancaeus would cast her from the peak of the tower, bestowing the Emperor's judgment and proving worthy of his rank. Yet upon returning to the chamber where his brothers had stood against the Patriarch, Ancaeus would find only the bodies of his fallen brothers. Giving in to his primal rage, Ancaeus would battle the Xenos alone. Imbued with the strength and vision of the great angel, Ancaeus would be grievously wounded by the foul creature. Yet his purity of purpose would remain true, and with his anointed blade, slay the Devourer. His duty to his chapter, Imperium, and battle brothers complete, Ancaeus would look upon his slain foe and be given the Emperor's peace. Another angel fallen as a martyr to his chapter and Genefather's legacy.
You have brought ruin to perfection. You are false angels, and you shall fall!
Grace of the angel. In blood, I am born.
No, no, no! We are eternal. Kill us, and our rage shall follow you.
And we will be there to crush you. You know nothing of rage.
Tiro serves as an Astartes of the Blood Angels of the Sword of Baal. As the singular fire support expert of his squad, Tiro would unleash devastation with his heavy bolter against all manner of foes throughout his service to the chapter. Tiro provides waves of destruction, capable of sundering entire buildings and lines of enemy aggressors. Rowdy and hungering for battle, Tiro would nonetheless be instrumental in preserving and protecting his brothers. Always spoiling for a fight, Tiro's battle-hardened personality would be a boon to the morale of his battle brothers. Often critical of his battle brothers' shortcomings, Tiro would nonetheless use gallows humor to alleviate the stress endured by his brethren. Able to fight alongside any specialist within his squad, Tiro would annihilate the enemies of the Blood Angels with righteous slaughter. Surviving the incursion of the Tyranids of the world of Naiades, Tiro would honor the memory of his battle brothers, ever vigilant and ready to fight any enemies that would dare face the Blood Angels. Koro served as an Astartes of the Blood Angels of the Sword of Baal. An inquisitive soul, Koro would regularly aid with insight into the tactical parameters of each engagement. Always tinkering and analyzing with his Auspex device, Koro would present himself as a quiet yet reliable member of his squad. A capable warrior, Koro would be close with his battle brother Tiro, despite their obvious contrast in personalities. Aiding in the investigation and pursuit of Captain Orfeo during their deployment to Naiades Hive, Koro would face the darkness alongside his battle brothers with distinction. Yet with their intrusion into the bowels of the Hive, Koro would be the first of his battle brothers to fall to the feral beings within the tunnels. His duty fulfilled, and name etched into the records of his chapter. For even in the most humble of Astartes, their deeds and glories to their chapter, though obscured, are nonetheless venerated. Sangreal serves as an Astartes of the Blood Angels of the Sword of Baal. A sharpshooter of his squad, Sangreal is adept at striking difficult targets and potentially dangerous enemies with his strike bolt pattern sniper rifle. Regularly espousing piety and fervor during engagements, though lacking the veterancy of some of his brethren, Sangreal compensates his experience with enthusiasm. Fighting alongside his more dour and boisterous battle brothers, Sangreal, despite often showing his misgivings, has proven to protect and aid his brethren. Idealizing the legacy of his chapter, Sangreal would seek to embody the grace, restraint, and purity of the great angel. Surviving the engagement of the Gene Cult of Naiades hive, Sangreal would prove himself worthy in the eyes of his brethren and captain as a reliable and stalwart battle brother. His vision for the ideals to be nurtured within the Blood Angels carried with him into the future. Sangreal serves as an Astartes of the Blood Angels of the Sword of Baal. A sharpshooter of his squad, Sangreal is adept at striking difficult targets and potentially dangerous enemies with his strike bolt pattern sniper rifle. Regularly espousing piety and fervor during engagements, though lacking the veterancy of some of his brethren, Sangreal compensates his experience with enthusiasm. Fighting alongside his more dour and boisterous battle brothers, Sangreal, despite often showing his misgivings, has proven to protect and aid his brethren. Idealizing the legacy of his chapter, Sangreal would seek to embody the grace, restraint, and purity of the great angel. Surviving the engagement of the Gene Cult of Naiades hive, Sangreal would prove himself worthy in the eyes of his brethren and captain as a reliable and stalwart battle brother. His vision for the ideals to be nurtured within the Blood Angels carried with him into the future. Melchior served as an Astartes of the Blood Angels of the Sword of Baal. Armed with the cleansing fire of his flamer, Melchior would burn a righteous path through the hordes of Genestealer cultists and Tyranid Xenos. Injured during his battle within the tunnels of Naiades hive, Melchior would sacrifice his arm by detonating his weapon to destroy his enemies. Returning to the side of his brothers, Melchior would, though gravely injured, resolve to face the enemies of his Imperium. Reuniting with his captain and facing the last defiant stand of the Genestealer cult, Melchior would face the Patriarch of the Tyranids alongside his brethren. Defiant to the end, Melchior would perish at the hands of the Patriarch. His duty to his brothers, captain, and chapter fulfilled. Virgilio serves as an Astartes of the Blood Angels of the Sword of Baal. A brash yet aloof Astartes, Virgilio would join his battle brothers in combating the Genestealer cults of the Tyranid menace. Upon the world of Naiades, within their hive city, the Angels of Death would fight across the swathe of heretics in their pursuit of their captain, Orfeo. Ambushed within the tunnels of the hive city, several of the Astartes of the Sword of Baal would perish at the claws and fangs of the cult. Virgilio amongst them, mauled by the overwhelming hordes of the mutated cultists. His fighting spirit, unable to withstand the great maw of the Devourer. Fighting until the end, no matter the odds, and no matter the cost, in blood. Pallidus served as an Astartes of the Blood Angels of the Sword of Baal. Gifted with a calm demeanor and cold analytical mind, Pallidus would serve his chapter as a reliable and measured warrior, aiding his battle brothers during their assault of the hive city of the world of Naiades. Pallidus would with blade and bolter carve a path through the cults of the Devourer. Finding Captain Orfeo at the base of the Tower of Naiades, Pallidus would be amongst the Astartes, poised to purge the foul Xenos from the tower's apex. Amongst the final assault of the Patriarch's domain, Pallidus would be the first to fall at the hands of the Tyranid Overlord. His defiant spirit and example for all Astartes of the blood to follow, his duty to his chapter and his blood shed, honored by his brethren. Armino served as an Astartes of the Blood Angels of the Sword of Baal. An incredibly quiet member of his squad, Armino would nonetheless prove to be a brutal and uncompromising warrior. Despite being few of words, Armino would be focused in his duties to dispense the wrath of the Emperor with blade, bolter, and if needed, heel and fist. Aiding his brethren during their investigation of the Hive of Naiades, Armino would strike down the enemies of his Imperium with unerring discipline. Facing the Patriarch of the Tyranids at the Tower of Naiades, Armino would face a foe far beyond his bearing without fear. Slain during the engagement, Armino's actions would speak far more than his words. His duty to his chapter and ferocity in battle, worthy in the eyes of the great angel. Lucretius served as a sergeant of the Blood Angels chapter during the 41st millennium. A truly noble son of Sanguinius, Lucretius's deeds as a warrior of the blood would be praised universally by his chapter. A peerless warrior with both blade and bolter, his disappearance during an engagement with traitor forces would cause alarm among the ranks of the chapter's reclusium. Keenly aware of the chapter's gene seed flaws of both the Red Thirst and Black Rage, Chaplain Raphael of the Blood Angels would be dispatched to locate his lost brother. Sharing a great bond of affection for Lucretius as a mentor figure, Raphael would delve into the depths of hell itself in order to save him. Investigating a war zone tainted with the corruptions of the disciples of Nurgle, Raphael would, with the aid of his junior Astartes, Kazarion, infiltrate the heart of the corruption at the expense of their mortal allies of the Imperial Guard. Receiving a signal of Lucretius's location, the Blood Angel duo would be confronted by the Death Guard Legion during their mission. Injured by the 14th Legion Astartes as a result of his young compatriot's brash actions, Raphael would, despite grievous harm, not relent in his pursuit of his wayward student. Kazarion would fell several Death Guard warriors whilst enticed by the bloodlust of the Red Thirst, yet with Raphael's aid, temper his wrath and allow for their continued search for their kin. Surviving the threats of the putrescent lair of Nurgle's corruption, the pair would arrive at the location of Lucretius, only to find piles of slain foes. Though many Death Guard would lay dead, several more innocent Imperial Guard soldiers, clean of the corruption of chaos, would also bear wounds torn from the blade of a chainsword. Finding Lucretius, to Raphael's horror, the Astartes would be enthralled by the fury of the Black Rage. Unaware of the affliction befallen by Lucretius, Kazarion would attempt to calm his senior battle brother, to no avail. Defending himself from Lucretius's wrath, Kazarion would be unable to stave off his anger for long. With Raphael's intervention, a bolter round would end Lucretius's suffering. The revelation of his fall shaking Kazarion to his core, Raphael would instill their duty to uphold the legacy of their fallen brother without the stain of his affliction. Resolving to report to the chapter that Lucretius had died a hero, the Blood Angels would inscribe his name into the storied records of the blood. For Lucretius would not die a monster. He would perish in the light of the Emperor with honor.
This has been a tale of the Great Imperium of Man, read by the Remembrancer. The deeds of the Blood Angels, though lauded, have been won through bloodshed made against the Emperor's enemies and his own loyal subjects. The struggle for nobility within the Angel Sons, constantly imperiled by the grief that drives them to madness. Theirs is among the heaviest burdens suffered within the 41st millennium. Loss, bereavement, and sorrow are deadly emotions, capable of diminishing one's deeds and character, wrought by actions spurred by vindictive self-doubt. Should you suffer such anguish, do not cloister yourself alone to mingle with such thoughts. Rather, seek your brethren for condolence and salvation. For alone, a battle with the void is impossible, but should you rely on your bonds of kinship, the path to salvation shall shine ever brighter.